What's up, everybody? How's it going? All you Star Childs and Star Spawn, welcome one more time. Well, there's going to be a whole bunch more, but I'm putting down. I don't know how long I could do that one. But hey, everybody, this is Cthulhu Week, as it has been before, as it will continue to be. This specifically is Groovy Cthulhu, also known as the Inheritance. But tonight we have an awesome story to put together for you with some really awesome players. But before we get into all of that business, we do need to go over a few excellent people who have made excellent organizations that have made this whole thing work as a channel. You got them putting down, man. So first off, we got Epidemic Studios. They make the music that really moves your soul, makes it move out of your body, and you go on a little planar walk and then come back in and you're vibing. And then you're going to see on your screen here all the awesome miniatures these players have made through Hero Forge, just making little tiny people. They might not know what's truly like to be alive, but are they not small extensions of yourself? Beautiful. Namaste on that. Anyway, in addition to that, Cthulhu Week, we are not just doing this for giggles, though, of course, that is a big part of it. We are also raising money for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. We are at $452 out of our $555.55 goal. That is just the initial goal. I'm so pleased that we've already gotten so many generous donations in. Thank you. Before we even cut into anything else. Now, I will also note we have had some stretch goals I want to talk about really quick. If we hit $666.66, our very own Sir Hooper will play a horror game on stream with sound notifications turned on that you, the audience, can manipulate. And we've recently thrown on, because we've made such awesome progress, if we hit an $1,000 goal, Hoop and I will both play that together, and our screaming will reverberate off of one another, because I keep horror games. I am not good at them. I get scared very easily, but we'll find something co-op and we'll groove and it'll be great. Now, how you donate those points? Because we're not just asking you to throw money in the pot just to see us scream or donate to a good cause. We do have some incentivizations for you. If you put in $10, you get entered into a raffle, which includes a bunch of really awesome prizes, including but not limited to rule books, custom character art, and dice. Obviously, I've seen the D20 that has been sculpted just for this giveaway. It is incredible. Oh my gosh! And then throughout the game, if you're feeling that those spirits aren't getting you what you want, and you see that these people need a hero point or a villain point, and they're just not able to, you're just sick of waiting for it to time out or something. Well, good news is if you donate $5, you can declare in your donation where it's going towards. You can give a hero point or villain point at your leisure. You can give them multiple. That's why I'm currently sitting at, is it 32 villain points, 33? I think I actually just got upped recently to 35, maybe? 34. Thank you. Yeah, 36. Oh, no. Wow. Whoo! I'll have some fun tonight. Anyway, I've been talking for entirely too long, so why don't we let the awesome people you see on your screen introduce themselves. We're going to go around in a bit of a Z formation here. Let's toss it over on to JT.
Hello, I'm JT. My pronouns are they, them. You can find me on Twitter at WeebJeet. Tonight, I will be playing Theodore Walton, you could call him a butler of sorts.
Butler of sorts is real cool. Everyone needs a butler of sorts. From JT to Holly, how you doing?
Hey, I'm Holly. I'm OMG Holly D everywhere on the internet, except for on Blue Sky, because I'm not there yet. I am playing Blake Davis. She's my version of Daphne Blake from Scooby-Doo. So she's an investigative journalist. and she can pick locks and fight people. So yeah, that's me. That's what I'm doing.
All right. That brings us over from JT to Holly to, well, I guess Cass. It doesn't really
My
work.
full name's Cassidy.
Cassidy. There you go.
Yeah, hi. I am Cassidy, better known as Yoda Almighty. And tonight I'm going to be doing an impression of my grandfather, talking like this for the rest of the evening. And my name is Benedict White, humble private investigator from out of Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you.
All right. Now, from JT to Holly to Cassidy to Jelly. I'm really good at this.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jellyfish Lines everywhere on the internet, and tonight I am playing Edward Leeds, just an author who knows the occult and knows how to talk and write really good. Fingers crossed for his life, honestly. He's only 21.
That's a good life. That's a fair amount of life. I feel like that's nice. All right. So, I, of course, am Turk or Turk accented if you want to connect to me on a soul level, brother. But why don't we kick this whole thing off, huh? So, we find ourselves 1972, Boston, in August. So the summertime heat is dispelling itself, unlike how it is right now. But you have all, for one reason or another, been called to meet your good friend, acquaintance, employer, perhaps. Basically, you've been called in for a favor to Kimberly Estate. Now, I say estate, it's really more of a manor. By manor, I mean a big old house. So, how you all pulling up to this thing? Not all at once, but I will call on you. JT, the only one who's not muted. It's on you. Oh, wait, never mind. JT, don't answer that. You're good.
I was going to say.
You're the only one who doesn't need to speak up right now. Okay, now I see.
I believe Mr. White is going to have hailed a cab from the airport and will arrive by cab.
And all right, it takes you a bit. The home is in Brookline, so it's a little bit ways past the city, but you do manage to get past the worst of the traffic. Eddie, Blake?
Okay, yeah, I'll go. If you can, I don't know, can you hear me? No?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So Blake lives on the East Coast, and she probably drove here in her, like, I don't know if this is correct or not, but we're gonna say her Volkswagen Golf. It's like that golden yellow color. I know you know what I'm talking about. And she probably pulls up and sits in her car for a little while and like makes sure she has all of her equipment.
Cool. Eddie, how you rolling through?
Honestly, probably in a friend's car, and he's just going to say, okay, thank you for the ride. If I'm not back by tomorrow, call the police, maybe?
Oh, you were invited to stay the night.
Oh, darn. Oh, darn, that's not good.
You can amend what you said, don't worry.
Yes. If I don't call you within the next few days, come looking for me, maybe?
Oh, of course, assure you they'll look after it in case anything happens. But yeah, three of you wind your way on up to the estate. An old-looking house set on a private drive away from the road, but it appears to weather the years with dignity and grace. But as you all begin to head up around the same time, what do each of you see? Describe your characters.
Oh. If I can figure out where that. Yeah, I'd be happy to. So I literally look exactly how I look on screen. I have a big red curly hair. I am wearing purple from head to toe. I have a necklace on with like a dark green gem, like a pendant, and I'm wearing some very 70s-esque makeup, which is very orange, and some bright pops of color here and there. And yeah, that's exactly what I look like. I am middle-aged-ish.
What are you most focusing on about the house?
What do I know?
Well, what would your character focus on?
Okay, Blake would definitely, she is a surveyor. So when she looks at something, she kind of just takes the whole picture in, like how big is it? She's looking at, does it look older or does it look like it's in use? She, again, is an investigative journalist. So she would try and take in the entire audience so that she could put it into words later.
Sure. You can tell this house has been here for a long time. If it wasn't built in the 1800s, you'd be shocked because they've done a great job of keeping up with that style. You probably do notice a bit of the redecorative work that's been done just to modernize it. But it is a very gorgeous home, although clearly a bit dated and almost castle-like.
Blake would probably take a couple of snapshots. She does have a camera with her, like an old film wind camera. I say old as if I don't know exactly what that is, but
No, I got you.
But yeah.
Other two?
Edward would just walk up to the house and look both at big picture, but then start hyper focusing on the little details. And as you see him walk up, you see him walk up in the ugliest orange sweater you've ever seen in your life, and it looks like 70s hotel floor carpet design, and it picture The Shining but worse. And just these the most just imagine swamp green, except that's the color of his pants. And it's the worst is the worst, and I love him. And he has also the horrid 70s mustache and this ruddy brownish red hair.
So the little details you notice, first thing that stands out, it seems like those sconces out front are actually almost gargoyle claw types. Obviously, they haven't been lit. They aren't set to be electrical. They are fire, like you need to provide oil and then set them alight. But yeah, it is a kind of it's a strange touch. It makes it lean more towards the castle side of things than a house. And that brings us down to Benedict, Mr. White.
Well, I think he closes the door of the cab and leans over to the cabbie and pays him through the window. "Thank you kindly, sir." And turns around, and you see a broad-shouldered gentleman, and he's about 48, 49, kind of peeking out some grizzled white blonde hair underneath and blue eyes, wearing a cowboy hat and his suit jacket thrown over his shoulder on account of the heat. And I think he just stands there and looks up at the house singing, "I hate Yankees."
What? Rude, but...
I like you, Turk.
Oh, thank you. Well, the door stands with two great set of knockers. But ready for you to... yeah, there's also a doorbell, but, figure for dramatic effect.
How do I put this? Knockers are not Benedict's thing, so he'll ring the doorbell.
Sure. Theodore, how promptly would you say you would answer a summons?
Probably be a minute as he stops several stops along the way to sort of straighten things out in the main area, but he does try to get to the door as promptly as possible.
Well, as you open the door to the guests, what do they see?
They would see a tall, slender, slim, probably more like gentleman, full tux, white gloves, arm in front with a little towel on it, slicked back black hair, and a full beard. Looks to be about 23, 24. Standing as straight and postured as possible. We'll give a slight bow to the new guests. Hello.
Hi there.
Welcome to the Kimberly estate. You must be the friends sent to do some work.
You'll hear from up the stairs behind. Oh, Mr. Waltman, is that them?
It would appear to be so.
And a young gentleman will begin making his way from downstairs. Thomas Kimberly is a clearly well-off type. Those of you who would know him more personally know that primarily is a small magazine writer, and well, frankly, the fact that he owns this large of a house is just because his family's stinking rich, more than anything. Though even this is this kind of puts his other family homes that and the other places he might have brought some of you who know him better to it would make it pale in comparison. He'll begin walking down the stairs past this giant statue of a dragon that does seem to dominate the central hallway. And I'm so glad you all can make it. I mean, whew, we've been having some troubles here, I'll tell you that. Come on in. Mr. Walton, grab their bags.
Of course, sir.
And he'll move you all in just to the central room. I assume you can hand things off to Walton. If you all want to, that is. I mean, I'm not here to make you talk, but like.
So Blake definitely only has like this messenger bag, and like there's like all her things are in there. She does not have a lot. I mean, she could. She just chooses not to, and she does not give this bag to him. And she's just politely like, "It's like, no, thank you. I appreciate it though." And she is like doing her best Veronica Mars impression and taking all these pictures. She's just snapping a couple shots here and there, and like, yeah.
Oh, Blake, please. It's yeah. I feel terrible if we didn't have anything to do. I mean, he came with the estate after all.
That's true.
I was told he was a great comfort to my uncle in his last few years. So please let him bring it up. We got some rooms cleared out for you upstairs. We'll sit here for a moment, and he motions towards some benches in the receiving hall, and I'll just talk things through.
You don't have anywhere more comfortable to sit, Thomas?
Yeah, it's in a house in a bit of a state, but
Thomas, I believe you called us here to do some investigating around the house. So why hide it from us now?
Oh no, I'm not hiding anything. You know what? That's fine. And he motions towards this room over here, and he'll open the door for you all to move in, and you should be able to move your tokens on roll 20. Please let me know if that's not the case. Dope. All right. So he brings you into it seems like a dusty kind of gaming room of some sort. It's mainly dominated by the piano there in the corner, but it does have some couches with tables and 3 sets of chairs there with a roll-top desk and some statuary that he'll stand between as he kind of leans and wipes some dust from one of the mantles before resting an elbow on it. By all means, make yourselves at home.
And Blake definitely does. She immediately starts like playing the piano a tiny bit. She's
A lot
probably
of those keys are very stuck,
perfect.
and it's definitely out of tune.
Excellent. It's my yes. Great. Blake keeps doing that until someone tells her to stop. So
I think Benedict takes his bag, which has the rattle of a few heavy things in it, and sits it on the table in front of him, and then just stands there with his arms crossed.
Edward's just going to sit down in trepidation. I don't like this. I'm nervous.
Well, I gotta be honest with you all. I wish I was calling you in for a better reason, but well, you're the only kind of folks I know who might be able to figure this thing out. See, I just inherited this estate. I mean, it's been real wild to, just be living here. I mean, I didn't even know I had an Uncle Douglas, but Uncle Dougie left me quite the pad. I mean, it's dusty as all hell, but point being, and he'll kind of accentuate that again by wiping off yet more dust from the mantle next to him. Point being, I did hire some people on. It did come with a pretty nice purse for renovations and all that. And while it seems Uncle Douglas had some good investments, and I was able to kind of cash in on a bit for some cash flow. And well, issue is, they've been going missing on me. I bought myself a chef. Oh, real good classical food. I mean, that is an old kitchen, and she seems to spank wonders out of it. But I haven't seen her in a few days. And well, I had someone in here kind of documenting all the old stuff, seeing what I could maybe sell and get out of here. I mean, some of these things, it's basically junk. But I'm sure somebody would be interested in it. But groundskeeper, of course, because you've seen the front yard. It's like twice the size in the back, and there's some broken fence between here and the graveyard. I mean, just really needs some sprucing up. But, well, I thought they were just running off on me, taking a few paychecks and disappearing. But, well, then they 2 days ago they did find Leonard, my groundskeeper. Well, he's not really my groundskeeper anymore. Police wouldn't tell me all the details, but he is confirmed dead. They found his body over in the graveyard, and well, I don't know what's up, but something about this house doesn't seem right. It's like I feel like I'm being watched, and I can't deal with it right now. I feel like things are moving around in the dark. And I know it sounds a little silly, but well, with Mr. Jefferson dead, I mean, I had to turn to some professionals. Well, I don't want to say anything too much, but it's getting weird. And I really would appreciate you folks looking into it.
As he's saying this, I am kind of like I'm listening, but I'm kind of flitting back and forth between Theodore and him.
Theodore, who's like just chilling out the door now that he's dropped off some bags upstairs. Yeah, what about it?
I think you're muted.
You're muted, buddy.
That's why. I knew I was forgetting something and then talking, and then I stopped, and then you guys were like waiting, and I was like, oh, I forgot what I was going to say. It's because I was trying to think about what was wrong. Anyway, Theodore is just standing, stark statuesque, listening to the young master. He's not participating in conversation. He's just waiting for him to get all of his trepidations out to the professionals.
And, well, I suppose, in addition to that, if you find anything worthwhile, I'd appreciate it. Again, Archivist is gone, or, gosh, I hope she's not hurt. Oh, Dr. Malcolm was, ooh. But she was damn good at her job. But,
Yeah.
yeah, you're free to stay here as long as you need, and if you figure it out, I'd be sure to pay you. I just want the place to be safe, you know? That's really it.
So you don't feel like you're safe because someone died? Just
My
one person?
groundskeeper was up and left on the job, and now they find him dead. And now both the other two people I've hired are gone. I mean, at this point, it's just me and Theodore here. Sorry,
I'm
Mr.
not a
Walt.
very good cook.
You are great at many other things.
Thomas,
Yeah.
did the police search the house?
Why would they? I mean, he was found out by the graveyard next door. It's a fresh case. I don't know if there's really any connection. You think someone from inside the house did this?
As you say that, like I have stopped playing the piano and I've gotten up and I have the camera and I kind of like wandered over towards Theo and I just kind of like do a quick snapshot like that nice little cliche with like the flash and I'm like and I just like start looking along the walls and
Theodore, you said, sorry, I missed your surname.
Walton.
Walton. Mr. Walton. When did you start working here?
I returned as soon as the young master returned.
So you had a gap in your employment between Uncle Douglas's death and your arrival?
Of course not. Most, if not all, house servants of the like are employed with a certain agency of sorts. Helps us find work in the interim should our contracts not be renewed by a deceased master.
That is true. I was contacted by that agency as soon as I had moved in and was calling around. And, well, they said he knew the house already, so yeah, pretty easy setup.
What is the name of that agency, Mr. Walton?
That would be the Buckingham Butler Agency. Ships us all around the world. Of
Little
course.
on the nose, ain't it?
Rich folk like to know what they're getting when they arrive at a business.
Well, the prices, I feel like I'm paying for the accent. But you're worth every penny beyond that, I promise. Anyway, feel free to look around, but I don't think this house, I think it's weird, but clearly something's stalking out there. Again, if you think the house is connected, sure, but I mean, this room is incredibly dusty and looks like a lot of things have just been covered. The only notable features beyond the grand piano are the two statues, busts between that Thomas is kind of now leaned in between. The likeness between those himself and the bust is apparent.
Does Thomas seem unwell? Like, does he look like he used to, or is there something?
Want to make me a spot hidden or a first aid or medicine check?
First aid of medicine? Okay, hold on. Let me look.
Could I do the
Okay.
same?
We'll do the spot hidden. It's gonna be awful. Okay, great. Oh, extreme success.
So you're definitely seeing some development of bags under the eyes. Like, maybe he hasn't been sleeping well. He looks just a bit haggard, but he's clearly like dressed himself very nicely. So he still is kind of giving on airs of having that same energy that you probably feel familiar with him having. But it's clear these events have taken a bit of a toll on him. Like he's spooked.
Okay.
Also appears like he hasn't been eating very well for a few days.
Well, yeah, his cook went missing.
You asked what you saw. He just looks a little gaunt and he looks a little like a sleep deprived. That's all.
All right.
Can I take a look at Theodore?
I guess.
Would it be the same spot hidden?
What are you trying to? Well, it depends. What are you trying to do by looking at Theodore? Other than like look wistfully into his eyes? Like what's going on?
I mean, it's just strange that he's the only member of staff that is still around.
It's a butler.
Butlers will buttle, I get it, but everybody else has disappeared and one of them's dead.
Well, it seems like a question you could perhaps investigate by investigating.
Okay. All right, fine. I'll take a hint.
Mr. Kimberly, if I may ask, what other weird things have been going on around the house? You mentioned other weird things were happening, if you're willing to share.
It's just strange feelings here. Odd drafts. Some things going bump in the night, but that just might be my imagination after hearing about Mr. Jefferson. But I don't know. I've had some weird nightmares. I think mostly. Nothing really stand out, but old house, a lot of weird sounds.
Do you care to tell us about your nightmares? I mean, dreams.
Well, it's like sometimes they're fine, they're normal, what they've always been, and other times it's like I wake up and there's something at the window and it's a figure and it pushes its way in and it's staring at me and it's some obelisk thing and it's a fully grown Grecian statue and like I saw over in Athens, and it's scary. It shouts at me, but I can't listen. I wake up screaming.
Well, I mean, not to be rude or anything, but you are looking a little rough.
That's why I called in the pros, so to speak. It's best the pros I know for this kind of strangeness. If you want to, Mr. Walton, we'll see you around. I think I need to make myself a drink. Excuse me. And he will actually go and excuse himself. And you're left in the room alone. Well, with each other.
Mr. Walton, you gonna join us?
I'm perfectly all right at the door, thank you. It's a matter of stationery.
Well, I find it hard to talk to people through a doorway, if you don't mind.
Theodore will step into the room, but will remain in the frame of the doorway.
Thank you kindly.
I just continue to kind of like look around, like fiddling with the things in the room. Like there are old books, I kind of pick them up. Anything that's different, I will definitely like pick up and kind of take pictures of that.
Define different. There's not a great amount of books here. Just clearly the recent addition of some tableside magazines, some arts, and some more kind of novelistic.
How old are these things? Like, are these magazines new?
Oh, these are very clearly recent magazines that have been brought in by the new owner, so to speak. Like they are the only new thing. They stand out like a sore thumb. But beyond that, there's really no literature in this particular room.
Okay. Well, Mr. Walton, do you prefer Theodore or Walton?
That is at the young master's discretion.
I know, but I'm asking you.
Whatever you prefer to call me will be sufficient.
Okay. Theo work? Does that work?
Whatever you prefer to call me.
So maybe you could show us around?
If that is what you desire.
So are we allowed to like go to the graveyard and look there too, or is...
I'm afraid the graveyard is not on the estate.
Okay.
What was that thing in the foyer that was there?
The dragon statue?
Yes, that seems a bit odd.
Just an old piece of art from my prior master's collections, I'll say. He was a very eclectic individual, liked all sorts of bits and bobs. Really interested in the castle aesthetic, as I'm sure you can tell.
Teddy, I'm gonna call you Teddy if that's all right.
Whatever you prefer.
Douglas, have any enemies we should know about who may want to take things out on young Tommy?
Why don't you make me a no roll, like an intelligence check, Theodore?
Intelligence?
Yeah. 97 out of 75. Nothing jumps to mind as to any potential enemies.
Nothing in particular. Master Kimberly was a mostly upstanding citizen.
Mostly.
Quite amicable in the social scene, as it were.
You said mostly. Was he your standard rich dilettante or what?
That is the nicest way I could put it, yes.
So he was bastard to people.
Not
is what I'm reading in
specifically.
between the lines.
No, it's just, money talks and people talk even more.
Your honest opinion of your former employer?
That's proprietary.
All right, dealing with the priest here.
That's not what proprietary means.
No, I know, but you aren't spilling, so you might as well be a priest. Hearing confession.
Sure. been a particularly religious type.
Not to break the scene, no.
Oh.
Not to break the scene, but you do have the entire rest of the house to explore.
Yeah.
And the potential to check out the graveyard.
Yeah. Theo, you care to show us where some of these weirder things are happening here in the house?
I can show you where some of the young master has indicated hearing noises, yes.
Okay, great.
First place, obviously, would be the library, which is actually conveniently through this door here.
Okay, great.
Theo will move to open the door and show them in.
Kutum. This library is magnificent. I mean, it is stacks on stacks on stacks. It is actually 2 floors. There's a small stairway leading to a secondary floor. The fireplace here appointed with old chair and rugs. Now, this would be impressive on its own, but at this point, it does seem a bit looked through, as a lot of things have been placed in boxes with various labels, either to be sold, junk, etc. The kind of primarily remaining books are either fairly new, incredibly old, or like seemingly like artifact pieces, kind of in their own glass display boxes.
This would be the library.
I want to find the place that is like maybe, I won't say the oldest, but I'm definitely looking for something that is different. If we've got things encased in glasses and stuff, like in glass and things like that, I want to like look at these things, possibly try and touch them. I'm not sure yet.
Well, there is glass between you and those things. So I can kind of give you a guided tour through the options if you just want to do a quick circle through the stack, so to speak.
Yeah.
So there appears to be a Prussian cavalry saber dated to the African part of World War One. There is a historic golden railroad spike. Though the top of it obviously has been worked off a bit, indicating it was one that was donated as part of a ceremony of the joining of the rails between East and West, with accompanying picture, dated somewhere in the late 1880s. There is a Viking helmet with some additional art pieces, some embroidered kind of gold and embossed rather gold finery about it. There is also various African fetish spiritual masks. Not fetish the way you're thinking. Fetish is different with like nails driven into them. There's also a Chinese pink fang with some, which is obviously kind of like a partition screen set up. And pirate, seemingly age of sail, cutlass and flintlock that seems to denote it as belonging to a pirate of some kind.
When I go through there, do I feel like any of them give me any type of vibes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Why don't you cast Detect Magic and then maybe I can work? Oh, do you not have Detect? Oh, shoot. If only you had Detect Magic.
Goddamn turd.
I know. That's why I said vibes.
What vibes do you try and pull from museum pieces?
Because first off, I'm just saying, if I saw a golden railroad spike, Holly, that would make me uncomfortable. However, with Blake, I wouldn't feel uncomfortable, but I would just see it as a part of history. I'm just wondering if there's anything that I'm like, that's peculiar, peculiar. And I'm trying to think as far as like, because I don't I don't want to make a history check. I will lose that. Okay.
Well, there's history. There's also appraise, just to kind of determine their value. There's art craft with certain skills you might have related to arts and craft. So, however you're trying to analyze this, if you're trying to look for small details, you can make a spot
No,
hidden.
you know what? So I'm looking for something that gives me like occult vibes.
Make an occult check then.
Okay, it's not going to go great for me, but I'll do it. Hold on. I spend luck.
Do you want?
It's a 69. Come on.
I will give you this. Nice. However,
Is it automatic?
excuse me, automatic. Who said that?
Sorry, I told them that before the game.
I'm sorry.
No.
Is that how your parents let you do this when I'm not babysitting you?
Yes.
Does your other dad let you do this?
He did.
Not touching that. That is too easy.
He did.
Well,
Who said I could?
I'm not Hoop.
Ah.
And
Alright.
you can spend, if you want, 44 luck.
Oh my gosh, that's so much of what
That
I
is a
have.
whole bunch. You could also spend a hero point.
Just gonna say
I
we
do
have
have
a
two
bunch
of
of
those.
those.
Yeah, I will. I'll use one of my personal ones.
Okay, roll again.
It's not gonna go any better. I already know. See. All right, I'm just gonna fail this. It's fine.
Yeah, nothing really jumps out at you as particularly occult-ish one way or the other. Like nothing really springs to mind as you're looking these things over. These are all clearly very significant points in history. Some of these obviously much older than others. They're preserved very well. Clearly a lot of great care has been put into it, but it seems like a very well-traveled and like the butler mentioned, someone with eclectic and far-reaching tastes has built a bit of a series of cool things to put together here, and they want to show it off.
All right, then I'm gonna make my way upstairs if I'm allowed.
There's a second floor to the library, but I want to know what everyone else is doing.
Theo is watching and waiting.
Well, yes, of course, because Theo's a great butler, but like any input from Benedict?
I would like to use my library use skill to see what's in the being sold boxes and see exactly if I know kind of how valuable they are or recognize any titles.
So, in regards to any titles you might recognize, yeah, make a roll.
All right, roll 20. Let's have a chat.
Let's have a chat indeed.
Okay, I'm clicking the thing, but
Is it out of edit mode?
no.
SMH cast.
Whoopsies. I didn't realize it defaulted to that. My bad.
You're good. Don't worry. Happens to
wait,
literally everyone.
Hold on. If I... The heck just happened here?
I'm taking you out of edit mode now. Try clicking on library use.
Yeah, but it dropped it from 50 to 20.
Well, let's put that back up in edit mode.
I don't know what
because you made it invisible. That's why. Now try clicking on it. It didn't drop to 20. You just had to listen in the same spot. So success. Perfect. So you can recognize some of these. I mean, classics of Americana, of history. Some are definitely in other languages, French, German, ranging as far as Greek, Latin. It seems a wide range, but those you recognize are, well-known books in older prints.
Okay. I'm gonna see what everybody else is doing before I make a move.
Which is a great time to ask, hey, Eddie, what are you doing?
Eddie is looking around at books that may not have like names on the spines. He's looking around for like the most inconspicuous little thing that could lead to more information.
Sure. What kind of role would you want that to be? Like a spot hidden or a...
Somewhere between library use and also possibly spot hidden or even occult.
Let's call it spot hidden for now, just because you seem to be looking for small details about the place.
It's trying to load.
Oh, no worries. Takes a bit sometimes. Gotta give it the old kicking. Actually, while you're doing that, I'll get the upstairs ready for folks. There we go. Okay, so unfortunately, that is going to be a failure, 64 out of 30. Would you like to push it or spend luck? Eddie?
100%. I'm going to push that.
Okay. You do have hero points available if you don't want to, get lost here.
Can you set hero point?
Yeah, we have pools of hero points. You just have to roll again.
26 of them.
It's almost as much as the villain points I have.
Almost only counts in yada. Yeah, you know the thing.
Any luck getting another roll out? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's gonna be worse here. Now, did you spend this was the push?
That was hero point.
Okay, cool. So you're still not really making nothing's really jumping out at you as like, this is meant to be hidden away, or this is a detail that people may have missed. Still very much just the regular old spot.
Blake is, as she's like going upstairs, she is taking pictures. And if she could have taken pictures, she knows they probably wouldn't turn out. Of all the items that she was looking at, she probably tried to before she went upstairs. But she definitely heads upstairs.
Sure thing. Let me move you up to the upstairs floor. As that will load in. There. So you see more bookcases, another shelf, and there does seem to be a door connecting to the rest of the house up here, but
Is there anything that looks like I don't know, is there anything that would look like I should not be there or mess with it?
It doesn't see anything in a first glance that like any of this is out of bounds.
Okay, well, I want to live out my greatest fantasy, and so I want to look for a hidden spot.
A hidden spot?
Yeah, like it's a library. Do I like pull a book? Is this like the Addams Family house? Like,
Why don't you make me a spot hidden then?
I'm not gonna do any better with this, but we're gonna try. See,
62 out of 45.
I'm gonna roll like crap all night. Okay.
Y'all, this Roll20 chat is looking redder than a festival in Pyongyang.
Yeah, like, okay. So to get a success, I would have to use. I'm just gonna use. You know what? I'm gonna use my other point because I want to find this.
Okay.
Still a failure. Oh my gosh. Okay, I give
92
up.
out of...
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Roll 20
nothing
wants to murder us.
nothing here really jumps out at you as like, well, yeah, this is certainly a thing.
Right.
I mean, you try pulling a few books that are still on the shelves, but to no avail.
Okay.
You know, you spin the globe around, and you're only the only thing you get is that the old hatch that the old hatch that was hiding the alcohol opens up, though it's all empty bottles at this point.
Dang.
Everyone else, not all at once.
What's Eddie up to?
Eddie is probably going to sneak off to investigate that dragon statue.
I think Benedict wants to take a look at that fireplace.
Sure. Make me a spot hidden, and Eddie, you can move yourself over to check out that statue. Hard success.
Hell yeah.
You figure and kind of like poke your head in and around, and there is actually a bit of a breezeway that might be big enough for someone of smaller size to kind of sidle their way through to get to the other room that you can now kind of barely see as it to be a dining room. I'll kind of reveal this a little bit. There.
Hold on. Is it like you remember the Liam Neeson version of The Haunting where the swinging lion head? Yeah.
It's not really rotating so much as you could probably like if you were small enough, you could sidle on through here.
No swinging lion heads that are going to decapitate Owen Wilson.
I would never decapitate Owen Wilson. That's like half my brand.
Just checking. Miss Davis.
I hear this and I kind of like move to the edge, like lean over the edge, like where the balcony, balcony or whatever that's called. What is that called? Oh my God. Anyways, I lean over and I'm like, yes.
Are you averse to getting covered in dirt?
No.
When you're done investigating whatever it is you are doing up there, miss, I have a place that I cannot fit into if you would be obliged.
Yeah, I found nothing up here.
So I'll give you, this is something that Theodore, you could point out. There is a door right next to the fireplace. But as you can make your way down.
I think Theo elects not to tell them.
Okay. So over in the entryway, Eddie, you're looking at this statue of a dragon. It definitely is bigger than you. Kind of towers and seems to snarl at anyone who enters.
I'm looking for any writing that is on this statue. Anything.
Sure. Make me a spot hidden. Nothing really catches your attention.
Let me try to push. This is a very bad idea.
Yes.
Oh, well, first step of the night.
Do you want to spend 36 luck?
Let me check how much I have. I'm pretty sure I have a lot.
You have 90. No, that's sanity. You have
No, I
50
do
luck.
not. Oh,
wanna spend
no, that's just
36
my
luck?
sanity. Uh-oh. No.
Okay. Then I need you to make a dodge check real quick, because as you are searching and kind of looking about, you don't notice that you've accidentally dislodged a bit of the chunk of stone, and it begins creaking towards you. That is a failure. So you are going to take 4 damage as you all hear the toppling of a statue out from the foyer as it crashes down onto you, bruising you, not breaking anything, thankfully.
Well, shit.
Theo
I
will
take
rush
off
out at the
running.
sound of crashing.
Yeah, take off running.
Oh.
You all find Eddie seemingly attacked by a dragon.
You okay there, son?
I'm just taking.
Help! Help
All
me!
right, I'll go over and help him up.
I do apologise. I feel I should have warned you that the statue is a bit older than it looks.
Yeah, you can, if the two of you are helping together, you can kind of lift it up just enough for Eddie to manage. Thomas will, of course, come in from the door over by the stairs. Is everyone okay? Oh my God.
Looks like we can't sell the statue anymore, young master.
It's a shame. Oh, that was going to go for a lot. All right. It's fine. Ugly thing anyway. I'll call someone at the quarry, see if they want to come destroy it or something. Just be careful, okay? Old house. Gentle hands. All right. I'm due for another drink, I think, then.
Do enjoy.
Drinking often.
As he goes to leave, I look at Theo and I was like, can we get one of those drinks, maybe? And I look at Eddie and I'm like, are you okay? Like, I cannot believe that happened.
I'm pretty sure I'm okay, at least a little bit. I honestly don't know how that happened.
Weird. And I'm like, I think I probably have stuff like Tylenol or something. And I like start rummaging in my bag.
Teddy, maybe it's time you show us where our rooms are going to be while we're staying here.
Of course. I had each room made up.
What time of day is it? Is it like nighttime?
You guys got in around noon, and it's just the early afternoon still because you've barely done anything.
Yeah, I would say like I'm happy to go to like see where my room would be, but before we would leave, I'd be like, I really think that we should maybe head to the graveyard before dark?
Of course.
I kind of hand wave. You're each shown to some rooms that clearly show their age and decor, but certainly make up for it with the grandeur of the place. All but one of you has a connected tub kind of bathroom, all exterior facing windows, and it's pretty nice.
Which one of us does not have the bathroom?
Well, that's up to you all to decide.
I'll take it, unless somebody else wants it.
There is a communal restroom, of course, that is noted.
Yeah.
Both a shower and a bath.
It's been enough years in the army. I'll share.
I just want you to know I really like your grandpa.
No, you don't.
Love.
He's a mess.
Yeah, so I'm going to definitely in my time getting to my room and on my way back, I have switched out to new film because I used a whole roll taking pictures of things, and I'm I go and wait in the foyer to go, yeah, to the graveyard.
Theo's waiting
That's what
there
I
for
wanted.
you.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a car big enough for all of us, or?
Don't worry about the car. It's close to the estate.
He was noted it was literally next door. It abutted the estate.
Okay. Okay. I missed that. Okay. Then ready when you are? And I'm Benedict? Can I call you Benny?
Don't do that, sweetheart. No offense taken, I promise. But I do believe I'm going to stay here at the house while you all go investigate the graveyard.
Right. Who's going where?
I'm going to the graveyard, and I'm really hoping Eddie comes with me. Please don't make me go by myself. You're coming.
I'll go. I feel like if I stay in the house any longer, I might get hurt more.
Mr. White, would you prefer my company, or would you prefer I attend to Miss Davis and Master Eddie?
Why don't you go with them? I can handle myself. Besides, I'll make sure Tommy isn't getting roaring drunk at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
You would not stop him if you tried.
Right. Let's follow that cool crew that's out there in the world, you know? As you leave the home, a small flock of crows descend, rather scatter out of the front yard. But it's easy enough to turn around the corner with Theodore's guidance and find yourselves looking at a graveyard with a police barrier out front. There seems to be at least one officer just standing guard with some reporters taking some shots through the gates.
I slide in with that group of reporters. Try to blend in the best I can.
Okay. You can easily join the group. I mean, there's a bunch of people with cameras. They're not really talking to each other or anything.
Okay, cool. I don't want to talk to them. I just want to look like I'm one of them.
Okay. You look like a reporter. And the reporters are not being allowed into the graveyard. all means, please, y'all can just sightsee as much as you like, but eventually someone's gonna have to say something.
Can I speak to the police officer that is there?
Absolutely. He seems to be just waiting the day through till he's relieved. He goes, "Oh, sorry, no entry to the graveyard just yet. Still an ongoing investigation."
I wasn't going to ask to be let in. I actually just wanted some information along with my friend here.
Well, it's an ongoing investigation. I can't really talk about it.
Now, we are investigating for the man who, well, that was his groundskeeper that they found in that graveyard.
All right. What was it? Kimberly?
Yep.
Your PI? Looks you up and down. Looks at them. Clearly butler.
Hello. I'm not a PI, I'm just the butler.
Oh. Were you dusting the corners?
No, I believe I was at the coffee room at that point.
He kind of shakes his head. Well, still, I can't let you in. And if you want any ongoing information, you're going to have to take out one of the detectives who's been assigned to the case. I'm just here to make sure no looky-loos get a sight of the corpse. Or rather, everything they couldn't scoop up.
And who might that leading detective be?
Oh, you can go ask at the station, Detective Olson.
Seems a bit odd to me that he's not here at the scene of the crime now.
They already did their job. Easy there, Buckingham Palace.
I am just ensuring that I'm operating in my master's best interest. Having police outside of the graveyard next to his estate is not becoming of a young lord.
I wasn't aware there was some big soiree about to go on, but look, if you need the space cleared, you're free to try and solve the case on your own.
Oh,
If you have
perfect.
any information, you come and let us know.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So, okay, so the investigators, they're not talking to each other at all.
The
Like the
photographers?
journalists, yeah, the photographers, the journalists, they're not talking to each other at all.
They're photo people. They're just taking pictures right now. Why? Are you trying to pick up on a conversation? Maybe you could pretend with me and say words?
Yes, I would like to listen.
I don't really need a listen check for that, but you could make me a charm or persuade if you want to try and talk into one of these people to get you some details.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try and charm. So I will go up to the one that probably looks the friendliest or the least or the most receptive, and I'll just be like, so what all did we find here? Is there anything out of the ordinary?
Maybe so as you kind of chat, and he's like, "Well, it's a wild case. What do you mean? Who are you with?"
I'm with a private investigative firm. Like she's trying. She's playing into the I don't really know what I'm doing vibe, but she knows what she's doing. So.
Make me a charm check.
Hey, I got a hard success. Finally, something went my way. Oh my god.
You're a PI? Ooh. Tough case to start with. He goes and tries to get an angle. You see, you can kind of see from here there is a few bloody marks on a headstone. They seem to be trying to get a good shot of through the gates here. Groundskeeper apparently found this guy in the morning, splattered. you thought it was a car wreck or something. But, car going through a cemetery that late at night? Sounds like a mob hit to me.
Very strange indeed.
Look, a little bit of advice because you don't seem like you're from around here. If it's a mob hit, you don't want to be a part of it. Just take your pictures, tell them you couldn't find anything after charging you for a few days' work, and you're good.
Fantastic. Thank you for the advice. I will take it. And she kind of just forces a smile. And when she kind of turns on her heels to go back to like where Eddie and Theodore are, and she is going to, before she gets there, seeing that police officer is busy talking to them. Is it just him? He's the one police officer?
He's just standing there keeping the scene from being tampered with basically right now.
Well then, she's gonna keep walking towards them and see what they found out.
You guys can collaborate really quickly and share some information. You do have a lead to follow in at the cop shop if you want to go and ask after Detective Olson. But why don't you let me know where you're heading next, and then I'm gonna do a quick scene change. So, where's your next immediate heading?
Eddie?
I want to say back to the house, but also whatever you want to do.
So I'm fine with going back to the house for now, just because I think that I would like to come back when nobody is here.
They did mention that. They also mentioned that there was a fence down that connected the estate to the graveyard, so you might be able to sneak in later under cover of night. Sounds good. But while that's going on, I actually do need back at the house. You get there is the ring of a doorbell. Benedict, as far as you're aware, you're the closest thing you're the closest to the door.
I'll wander over to the door.
Just another doorbell ring.
Open the door.
There are two men who stand outside in trench coats and large brimmed hats, similar to your own. They both wear sunglasses, and the first one smiles at you as the other one remains completely expressionless. The one who smiles at you seems entirely clean-shaven, almost perfect, like he must go to a great barber. But he smiles at you in a very friendly tone. Adieu. Is this the Kennedy residence?
You're joking, right?
Sorry, Kimberly.
About to say, Kennedys don't live this close to town. How may I help you, gentlemen?
I am Mr. Schmiblik. This is Mr. Harveli. We were talking to the archivist of the estate here, but we were in the process of buying some of the artifacts associated with the house, and well, it has been some time since we have heard back from her. Is the master of the house around?
He is indisposed.
A shame. We were willing to pay quite a bit of money for the artifacts that had been mentioned to us by Dr. Malcolm, but she vanished into dust.
That is why I'm here. I was hired to find her.
We did not get your name.
No, you did not.
May we have it?
No.
I simply ask so I may, if we must call on you again, the house again, we can explain that who we had met before, who was so kind as to open the door.
Believe me when I tell you, anyone in this house will know exactly who you're talking about when you refer to me.
I suppose a cowboy is a bit out of place in Massachusetts, yes?
I am not a cowboy.
Well, all the same. When Mr. Kimberly recovers, please do let him know that any offer that Dr. Malcolm may have communicated is still on the table. Of course, we will be back. And
Have a nice afternoon.
he nods, and the larger fellow simply just
Do I spot
goes.
anything about them creepy shits?
I mean, how you feel about it? Why don't you make me a spot hidden on him real quick? When he smiled at you and when he talked to you, it's almost like his face was incredibly tight. Like when he smiled, his whole face kind of scrunched. And the big man looks much paler and you realize barely even moved. But beyond that, as they depart, they enter a old vehicle, seemingly driven by the smaller man as the larger one moves his way into the back. I think now would be a great time for us to take our first break real quick. So, hope you've all been having a good time. We are going to take a bit moment for ourselves to kind of reconnect our chakras and kind of like resync and all that. Because this mystery is just getting going. So, take care of yourselves, nurture yourself through Mother Gaia's gifts, and well, we'll be back shortly. So, thank you so much for joining us thus far. See you soon. Hey there, friends. How's it going? You reconnect with yourself spiritually, mentally, physically? That's good. Let's see how quickly we can tear that away from you. Last we left off, Benedict, you had some strange visitors at the door, but you are still alone in the house for a little bit.
Oh, Thomas.
What's the
here.
move? Well, he's somewhere.
All right. I think Benedict has been carrying his bag. He will drop it at the door, make sure the door is firmly locked. And then open this leather duffel case that he's been carrying and pull out a revolver and leave the shotgun in the bag, but arm himself with his revolver. And then I think he will take his notepad, write a note to the rest of the group, stick it to the statue that says, 2 weirdos, tall and big, came by, did not look right, don't let them in. And then I'm going to go find the servants' quarters because all these old houses had servants' quarters.
Yeah? All right.
And if there's anywhere to hide.
Sure thing. You want to start looking around in the kitchens or somewhere? There's a bunch of doors. There's doors to your left and top right that you haven't gone into yet.
Oh, hold on. When it zoomed in, I was not anywhere near the house. Okay. Where is my token? Oh,
it's right above the statue.
Yeah, servants' quarters were usually towards the back of the house. So, however, I can get back there.
Which door would you like to go through?
Let's go to this one.
All right. That's a pretty good first pick because you open the door and very quickly find yourself in what appears to be old-style kitchen.
All right.
A door to what must be the larder by the smell of things is just in there, just beyond in here. But this kitchen appears to have some brand new bits and bobs around it. Still kind of wood fire, stove at some points. I mean, it appears that some sections have been marked for new appliances, but all the foodstuffs you can see immediately that have been set out are brand new.
Okay. Peek inside the larder if I can.
Sure thing. You find a body. No, I'm joking. But you do find a large amount of dust here, just on the floor. But beyond that, this place appears to have been very recently stocked, and very well so. But beyond that, nothing really jumps out at you. It's all new, canned, and tinned things. Basically everything you need to have a large party.
Lots of Jello.
Oh, what is it, aspic or something?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got powder. They got powder for days.
Is this a door here?
It is.
I would like to open that door, please.
So you enter in what appears to be a much more rundown part of the house. This is definitely hitting a servant's quarters here. The cobwebs and even some of the wood here appears, the cobwebs hang around, and this whole thing appears like it's in desperate need of renovation, like it hasn't been occupied in some time. This is a common room.
Okay, any signs of movement in the dust or anything?
Not you can immediately pick up, no. It's like no one's really come in here for a while.
Okay. Door number 1, please.
Sure thing. It's a hallway and seems to lead you out here into more of a hallway and yet more of a hallway. Let me just go through here and just get all the servants' quarters, public space made available. This whole area does appear incredibly out of sorts. Like, if there is an area, I guess that could be said, you don't feel like you should be in, it's here. But it's more so, this might not be structurally sound.
Understood. What would I need to do to see if any of these doors have been opened recently, movement in the dust, anything like that?
Sounds like a spot hidden check.
It does sound like a spot hidden check to me. Let's see here. Oh, I'm gonna push that, please.
You don't want to spend a hero point? You have so many.
Nah, I want to push it.
Okay.
Oh, hold on. Math in my head. That's 15 luck.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't mean to roll luck. What the heck?
Now you have to hit edit mode. All right. So with that, you kind of put yourself in more precarious positions, moving up some boards and some things that have, seem to be supporting walls that maybe you really shouldn't. But you look through here, and I'll kind of give you that you can kind of peer into all these bedrooms as well, or rather what remains of these bedrooms. That this definitely could, if it were fully restored, have a full service staff. Though you also notice what appears to be a small kind of latch bit here on the wall.
I would like to open the latch.
So pulling that kind of seems to unlock something, and a bit of the wall does begin to turn and move as a fireplace seems to spin around with you, and you can find yourself looking into the other part of that room you were looking into before. A well-appointed dining hall, or a ballroom, rather.
Interesting. Huh. Bumps in the night, indeed. I will go back into the servants' hallway, spin myself around if I can. Does it spin back the other way?
Oh yeah, absolutely. You can just set it back up. Seems like a pretty easy way for servants to slip in unnoticed to the master's ballroom.
And I noticed an upstairs.
There is a bit of a way upstairs.
I want to open this door first.
Sure thing. That is going to reveal what appears to be another little, maybe a servant's kitchen kind of setup. Some minor things for tools, and seems like almost a mud room of sorts.
All right, I'll head upstairs.
We're there? Okay. Second floor, here we go. And you appear to have found some housekeeping implements and stuff right across from your room in the hall.
Okay.
I've marked all the bedrooms which are currently occupied by you as revealed, so.
Yeah. Okay, I'll head down this hallway.
Easily enough, entering. Again, this part appears much better maintained. Clearly, these have been intended for guests. And, one of the doors is simply marked staff. Please do not enter on your left. If you had to take a shot in the dark, you'd guess that might be where Walton is sleeping, given the state of the servants' quarters.
This house should have an attic.
Not from what you were able to see, but I guess if you wanted to start laying criticisms on an architect that is probably well and truly dead, you're certainly free to do so in your own time.
Now, see, Cassidy doesn't know whether to take that as Turk has a hidden third floor that I've got to find, or if there's just not a third floor.
You haven't found anything that you wouldn't have seen anything that indicates a third floor. I mean, it's not like a high vaulted ceiling on here.
But it is enough that
out.
Okay.
It could theoretically exist, but it might just be crawl space.
All right. I'll head back down to this staircase here. That might help if I take the pen out of my mouth. I'll head back down this staircase here.
Don't worry, I understood.
Even with the accent, what?
I know. I schooled at Richmond. I'm well acquainted with the southern twang. I made that as white preppy as I could, so I hope you appreciate it. Anyway, you hear loud snoring coming from your right, but the map's left down the hallway here. Beyond that, house seems pretty quiet.
I'll go look for Thomas.
You find Thomas collapsed, barely even much of a bottle down, just kind of slumped in a chair, bottle and drink kind of just sitting there. Seems blissfully in the dreamland. Or at the very least, very asleep. There are a number of bottles and liquor here up on the desk next to him, though. It's kind of a meeting room of sorts.
Mm-hmm. I'll make sure he's not going to choke on his own vomit. And
His head's down in a way, so he seems just very tired, honestly.
How would I know Thomas?
Well, I imagine you might be familiar with the family if you have done some private investigating before.
Yeah.
Thomas probably already struck you as the son who normally would never take an inheritance, given that his family works in much more lucrative trades like shipping across the western seas, and he's writing magazine articles about the latest rock bands and religious movements across the nation. So the fact that he's here, he definitely looks out of sorts, but he's more strikes you as a kid out of place.
I'm gonna slam my hand on the table. Thomas.
What?
Son, you are gonna kill yourself doing this.
That's why I hired you on. To look into this. I'm sorry, I must have nodded off. Like I said, I really haven't been sleeping. It's these naps
Drinking this
during the
much
day.
alcohol this fast will do that to you.
No, I don't think I've had anything. And he looks and compares, and I imagine you do drink.
Little.
You can tell if your liquid preservation principle is strong enough. You could probably identify if he poured the contents of his glass into the bottle. He's barely had a drop.
He's barely had any.
Yeah.
I do some sort of medicine first aid check on him.
Sure thing. Yeah.
All right.
Either, just to give a quick little.
Either of them?
Yeah, whichever you prefer. 25 luck for your trouble.
Why not?
Oh, okay.
I can do math. Hold on. Yes. All right, cool. Leaves me with 30 luck left.
So before it was clear he was having some trouble sleeping. He had bags under his eyes, but now you can kind of very easily assess that he might have not had a full night's rest in some matter of time. This goes beyond simple night terrors. I mean, he seems like he might be insomniatic.
Pretty sure I saw this on the front lines when I served.
You might be able to recognize some symptoms, sure. Bad nightmares. But you're probably more associating that with PTSD. You know, he hasn't really done his time given, he wasn't eligible. Oh, bad knee.
Broken toes and bunions and all that. Thomas, this thing that shows up in your dreams, nightmares, whatever. You're lying about exactly how scary it is, right? This terrifies you.
It's been happening as soon as that will was read.
What do you mean, as soon as the will was read?
I went to the reading. I mean, I didn't think I'd get anything. I hardly even knew I had an uncle, but then my name came up, deed to the estate, and all worldly possessions kind of thing, all one fell swoop.
Got a copy of the will?
No. Yeah, I think I got it up in my room somewhere. I can get it for you.
Let's go get that.
You will hear you probably won't hear from back here, but the rest of you would have arrived by now. And you can take those back stairs up. But 3 of you. Front door's locked, not unheard of, but thankfully one of you has a key.
Yeah. Theo will use the key, push the door in, and sort of step to the side and let everyone pass.
I'll just stand there on the doorway, folks. You should move in.
Daphne moves in. She actually moves in. She's a little flustered with the walk back.
Something the matter, Miss Davis?
lets out this big sigh and she's like, nothing of consequence. And she rushes in and she kind of like yells up like, Benedict, Thomas. I mean, just screaming it, like trying to see like if someone's there, and walks towards the center.
From upstairs, the two of you can hear, and why don't you head down and greet them? I'll be down with the will shortly.
They're fine. I left a note, and I'll keep going with Thomas.
The three of you do note that there is a note on the remains of the dragon statue.
Two strange gentlemen appeared.
Did somebody lock the door?
I'll look it.
How unlike.
And Daphne is gonna just look in her bag and make sure that she has like all her film and everything, and she's gonna like grab the note and put it in her bag very quickly, and then she's gonna start trying to go up the stairs.
Sure. Eddie, Theodore?
Yeah, I'm following Davis. I'm following her.
Theo is following behind with a less brisk air.
Yeah, my goal is just to like run it and kind of meet everybody before they make it down. Like I'm looking for Thomas and Benedict, but I'm not trying to meet in the foyer.
Well, the good news is you can definitely meet up with them just at the top of the stairs, which I'll move us on over there, as they're making their way over to what appears to be, Thomas indicates, his room. Say you're here. Ah, there you are. We're just gonna grab something for Mr. White here.
Very well, young master.
So
Don't overdo it.
No,
I'll see my note.
Yeah, and Blake is like, what was that all about? And
They claim to be here for books. I don't buy it.
pull out a document recently, kind of obviously on his desk, and hand it over to you. It is the last will and testament of Douglas Kimberly.
Can I read it, please?
You can. You want to make a law check to go over the legalese?
Sure. I'm gonna use a hero point because that was a 100.
Wow, that's like a mega failure.
That is a bumble.
Yep. Ow. Okay. How many I got, LC? I know we've got a lot, but
you have so many. Just roll.
Oh, I'll burn 8 luck for that.
Okay. All right. Yeah, no, it seems fairly boilerplate. Nothing really jumps out at you as, there's no tricks or traps here. It's just, it's what it is. Seems to, but it is odd. I mean, I suppose for an unknown relative to completely sign over all their worldly possessions to somebody who apparently they've never really interacted with. I mean, you've certainly never heard of an Uncle Douglas.
I never heard of Uncle Douglas. Does Uncle Douglas actually exist?
I mean, he must have. Only way for us to get the house, and he's on the family tree. We did look into that.
How do you know about you, Thomas?
I don't know. Maybe a family member through the grapevine passed along word, but I don't know. You know everyone your parents sent out Christmas cards to?
No. All right. Can I take a look around the room to see? He said that things were coming in the window, and the window's here next to where.
Yeah, you want to check out the window?
When you say it in that tone of voice, yeah, let's do it. Is JT gonna push me out the window? Is that what's about to happen here?
Are you about to? Let me offer like this. Mr. Walton, would you like to defenestrate the detective?
It would be incredibly rude.
Exactly, it would be incredibly rude. But anyone who wants to stay in the room and check out the window, why don't you go ahead and make me a spot hidden?
I'll peek. I'll do a little.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, do a
some
little
goofy
peeking.
little
I mean, I would like.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
cheap
I'm gonna re-roll that.
crickets.
Not gonna hear a point off LC. I'm using one. That's better.
All right, I'm seeing some green. I see Blake, Theodore, and Benedict. Do I get Eddie for a 4-way success here?
I think there is a lag. Oh!
Ah, by 17.
You know what? I'll spend that
Well,
17.
you're 17 luck. All right.
I don't know how to do math. Please
So-
help me.
What is your total score?
50 minus 17 would be 33.
So, you all can check out this window, being the only window to the outside world. Definitely on the second floor, solidly. There's no like trellis or way things to climb up. But with the level of the success that you've had, you definitely can see the latches moved lately. Like it's kind of been worked slightly. But more concerning is the slight scratch marks you see on the window. Real quick round of sanity checks because this is a second floor window.
Oh
I'm not
yeah.
re-rolling that.
All right. So for those who succeeded, it's no trouble whatsoever to process this. Those of you who failed, Benedict, you're going to lose only 1 sanity over it.
All right. That's fine.
All right. But yeah, seems there might be some credence to the nightmares at least.
How peculiar.
This isn't good.
Are they scratch marks like claws?
Singular, like a few almost wispy lines scratched into the window.
Like language?
Yeah, in my occult, would I have known this? I'm not
You can
gonna-
make an occult check or a science anthropology.
Nah.
Yeah, on anthropology.
Can
Oh,
I
hell
also
yeah.
do an occult check?
Oh yeah, if you guys are all checking this out.
I'll spend a hero point.
Same. I literally don't think I'm.
He
gonna
said
get it.
occult
Ooh.
or
Occult
anthropology?
anthropology, yeah. Ooh.
No
Wow.
freaking way.
I give up.
How the
I can go
hell
there.
did I manage that? I rolled
I
a
know,
1 under
that's
5, y'all.
amazing.
1 under 5.
That's crazy.
Well,
Yeah. I'm spending a hero point right now.
all right, that feels fair. Oh, there you go. All right, for those of you who succeeded, you can tell this isn't a language you recognize. Doesn't really hold any value in what's been scratched upon it. It's just you're all leaning in, and it looks like almost something was kind of just absentmindedly trailing along a sharp object at the windowsill. And as you're all looking, Crow lands on the outside and just kind of looks up at you all.
I nod to the crow.
Looks around, kind of hops, stares.
Tap on the glass at it.
Recoils a little bit.
It will. It won't leave, so to speak, but it will kind of poke back at the glass.
No, Cassidy, no. I'll tap again. Crows are smart. I know this. Like,
It looks and then hops over and then looks up towards the latch and just taps on near it as close as it can from the bottom of the windowsill.
Can I open the window?
I would open the window too.
Yeah, Theo opens the window. Theo reaches up and undoes the latch.
Crow kind of just... And will... it flies off, and a few moments later, maybe the same crow, maybe a different one. You do notice there are a few of them out there in the yard. Will fly back in with a small twig and just kind of place it such that in a way that if the window were to slowly be closed, it might still be propped open. Then it goes, and then flies off.
It put a rock down.
It put a little stick there to keep it open. Yeah.
Smart crow.
Very smart. They can be trained. This music is so cheerful. It's.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want to go back to some horror stuff?
Yes,
Are you implying that a crow was trained to put a stick in a window to prevent it from
I
closing?
walk over and try and shut the window.
You can, and it's not difficult. It's not a big twig stick,
Okay.
but you
Okay.
close it. You close it, and the crow flies back. Taps on the windowsill.
I take a picture, but I don't I do that moment where you don't pay attention to what you're doing and you just click it and you're looking at everybody and you're like, you guys are seeing this, right?
As you do, another crow basically hits the window hard.
Oh, okay.
Oh, shit. Did it break its neck?
It still seems fine, but that glass has been very lightly cracked now with the additional...
Good master, perhaps it's best.
With the light scoring that's been done across the windowsill, it's definitely more fragile. And the other crow that is watched the other one fly off, that smacked in, just kind of taps at the window again.
Good master, perhaps you better vacate the room.
Yeah. Probably a good idea.
I back away and I look over at Eddie and I'm like, what is this? And I kind of look at Theo immediately and I'm like, you must know what's going on, right? And I'm backing up.
Take offense to the concept that I would understand the mind of a bird.
I mean, you did say that they were quite smart.
Yes,
I know
they're
that
very
was
intelligent
that was
birds.
Yeah. I sit back and I kind of make my way towards where the door is, and I look at Benedict and I'm like, that's not normal, right? That's not where's Thomas? Does he leave the room?
Thomas is sitting in the chair and is just kind of very clearly off put by these series of events.
Whatever's been done to him, he ain't drunk right now.
He's loosening his cravat.
Again, young master, perhaps you'd better vacate the room.
I think that's for the best. I'm going to find another one. Yeah, another.
Good idea, son.
And
Is that your closet?
closet. Yes. What? Sorry.
This door here is the closet.
Bathroom and attached closet. Yes. And he'll leave and probably head elsewhere. Just gonna move him off the.
I'm gonna bar that window shut if I can.
Probably find some bits and bobs and books to provide some halfway decent coverage. Sure.
Teddy, you got a key to this bedroom?
I've got a key to just about every room in the house.
I think we keep Thomas out of this room tonight and lock it.
Of course, I'll lock it on our way out.
And that someone shares with him something has been getting in here.
Maybe a room without a window?
Regrettably, Mr. Walton, you're well aware that all the bedrooms here have an outward-facing window.
Would be difficult to get him a room that has no external window.
Okay.
Stick him in a bathtub. He's so tired he might fall asleep in it.
I'm gonna exit the room as soon as I can with Tom, like right behind Thomas when he leaves.
I'm doing the same.
I'll be the last one out of the room.
I've got to lock it, Mr. White.
Looking back.
Do you have to lock it from the
And
inside?
lock it from the outside.
Your conversation is punctuated by yet more at the window.
Okay.
The crow looks directly at you, Benedict.
Sure it does.
Best you go and not give the crows an impression that they want to continue this behavior while you're around.
I just kind of eye the crow and back out of the room, keeping eyes on it.
Taps one more time, and as the door closes, you swear it glares at you.
And I will make that exact expression I just did and just...
Before Theo leaves to lock the room, we'll just flip the latch. And we'll step out and lock the room.
Soundly locked, sir.
I believe we should go join your co-conspirators and discuss matters.
Turk, real quick, did that door swing inward or out?
It swung into the room. So,
What can I want to make sure that it can't open.
you worried about crows opening doors now?
Yeah, I am.
It's going to be like Jurassic
Yes.
Park, where the velociraptors work the doorbells,
Never
except it's small crows. There is a chair, old and dusty, but you could prop it under the door, and it might provide some resistance if anyone tried to pull it.
Okay, I'll do that.
Ah, very wise.
Mm-hmm. All right. One of us needs... Where the fuck did he go? Thomas!
I imagine that
I'm over here. Sorry, I'm trying to get this window closed. You hear from over in this direction.
Shit. One of us needs to stay with him before he gets snatched.
I would offer to do it.
You got the keys.
Fair enough.
I'll go with him.
Thanks, Eddie.
If you're sure.
And it's not hard in particular to find the room if you want to head over here. Thomas is seeming to try to prop up a chair and a pole of sorts that he's obviously twisted off one of the metal frames of the beds here to kind of like lodge it under the lock for the window.
I'm gonna help him.
You can eventually makeshift your way towards something that seems semi-competent. Sure. Or, but it's essentially a debutante in the 70s and an author to, I imagine I'm not sure either of you have an engineering degree, but you think that would be pretty secure. It would take a great amount of force for that window to be open right now. Thank you. Thanks, Eddie. You're a good friend.
It's no problem, honestly.
I'm sorry. This whole event's been very stressful. I didn't mean to rope you all into this.
There was a note left downstairs by one of my associates here. Apparently, there were two weird people at the door looking for something to buy from the house.
Oh, that must be the buyers that Dr. Malcolm mentioned. Yeah, she had mentioned they were strange folk and that she was going to go talk with them away from the estate. She got a bad vibe. Didn't want them looking everything over till she could authenticate things. And between you and me, I think she was writing a paper, but she was good at her job. I mean, that's that Miskatonic money, But either way, I haven't seen her either. Can only assume. Yeah, well, we haven't found her body yet. They're going to. Just hope it's in a better state than Jefferson's.
Do you know the names of the people that you were being sold, that you were like selling things to?
I was light on the details. There's been a lot of offers, and Dr. Malcolm made it very clear that I know when I needed to know. I think it's mentioned there was a Frenchman and a Swede or some Scandinavian fella. I don't know what to tell you. It's just weird. I mean, I even lost the chef. I mean, as long as you're all safe tonight, that's what matters. Have you had a chance to look into anything?
Not me yet, but is there anything you could think of that you haven't told us yet about this house? Anything?
I mean, I feel like I'm finding this all out just as you all are. It's a weird place. I think I was shown a trap door around the servants' quarters, and well, I know there's the kitchen chimneys connect to the master bedroom chimneys. It's all one big piece there. I had that mentioned to me by an architect. If I was mentioning, I'd like to get normal central heating and air in here, but it's gonna take a lot of work. I really need those pieces sold, so. I think more than anything, I need a clean night's sleep.
If you need a guard outside a door, I don't know who's willing to ask, but if you need anybody, I'm also willing to do so.
I couldn't ask that. I mean, Motion. I mean, there's room in here, obviously, for other folk, but it's your guess is as good as mine. And he looks outside as the sun is kind of beginning to set a bit. I made through plenty of nights before already. Thought you all here. Don't imagine it can get much worse.
The things in the library, the odd things.
The historical pieces, yeah.
Were any of those mentioned in the will? Or was there anything odd in the will that you can remember?
I mean, I was to keep and maintain the estate as it is. And I talked to a lawyer. I'm allowed to renovate. So nothing really jumped out at me there. So, it just seemed like typical weird stuff given the rest of the house. I mean, you saw the dragon statue in the foyer. You got a real good look at it. It's not exactly a normal house.
I'm still keeping an eye on that window, by the way.
It's nothing is shifted actually. No, there's been no crow entrance or anything as of yet. But yeah, I was gonna have those praised last. I kind of felt like they fit with the rest of the feel of the house, you know? Something historical, kind of tied all together. I mean, all those old books, I mean, frankly, it feels like a lot of them are just there to look like they're there. I found a few fillers, but a lot of them, real books.
What kind of books?
You saw. You were down there. Historical. Some different languages I couldn't read, but that's really it. Not exactly the latest Vanity Fair, but they seemed impressive. That's why I called Dr. Malcolm.
Why don't we all have a look in the library again? Top and bottom floor.
He looks out towards the windows. All right, yeah, sounds good. So all this conversation's been happening. What have the rest of you been up to?
Walton. Was that the prior? I just forgot his name. Was that Douglas's bedroom before Thomas took possession of the house?
It was. Yes.
Starting to wonder if it wasn't just Thomas having some bad dreams.
Well, I can't say I remember Master Douglas having any issues before his demise.
He liked to feed birds.
You know, rich people like to feed all sorts of animals.
I mean, that.
Is that a yes?
It's not a no.
Well, you were the only staff on premises when Douglas was alive.
Of course not.
What happened to the rest of them? Why are you the only one back?
Butler agencies and butlers work a little differently from most staff.
You'd also probably note that a lot of the other staff was quite old as well.
And on top of age issues upon my arrival, they generally don't cycle staff over to new estate keepers, as it were, unless they specifically request it.
I don't like this. I found at least 2 secret passages through these chimneys.
Well, a lot of the chimneys are set to rotate so the staff can move discreetly throughout the house, but I don't know if they're secret per se. I could have told you about those.
Well, that's my point. How many other people have access to this house purely by dint of spending years and years and years here?
Oh, no, I assure you, I'm the only one left.
How long did you say you worked here?
I've been here for, well, Master Douglas died. Hold on, sorry. My math is not perfect.
Is the question like how long have you been working?
Familiar with the estate.
You would have been hired on towards the end of Douglas Kimberly's life. You probably guess you put in 4 years with him. Kind of got to feel for him just before he passed, and now you're serving the new master of the house. You were, of course, told you were filling a vacancy after the previous butler passed, who seemed to have been a long-standing member of the family.
Approximately 4.5 years, give or take. And that is including the young master's tenancy as lord of the estate.
Little Lord Fauntleroy, indeed. This place got a basement.
Not to my knowledge.
Nope.
Have you noticed anything weird happening at night?
I can't say I have, to be quite frank with you. I will say it's a bit odd I did not hear the crows banging at the window, if that's what they've been doing, but that's not what the young master has ever brought up. I keep out of the house at nights, generally, but during my occupation of it, not normally anything peculiar going on. I'm able to freely move about the estate without disappearing.
Hey, Turk.
Yeah, hi.
This is a window in front of me.
Yes, it is.
Crows sitting there.
Nope.
All right. I don't know if we should have someone sit in as bait in Thomas's room, or if we should all pile in and stay with him. I don't know how this works. I don't like it.
I find in the event of people disappearing on an estate that is mostly empty, sticking together is probably the optimal route.
That's the first thing that I have believed out of your mouth tonight. And Blake is like she is gaining distance like as much as she can between the butler and she's like it's not really what I was thinking I would do, but I think we should all find Thomas now and Eddie.
You do hear some movement in the hallway behind you. That is to say, you also can then, if you turn your head, see Thomas and Eddie making their way towards the library.
Sticking together it is. You first, Eddie.
Of course. I shall accompany the young master wherever he goes.
Oh no, Turk, no.
Not doing anything.
No.
Oh God. I follow. I'm in front of Benedict, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll pull my gun.
And as we're walking, Blake reaches in hers And also, she has a. Oh my god, I forgot what I had. Oh my god, oh my god. I think it's a shotgun. I think it pulled off a shotgun. Like
You have a shotgun in your bag.
It is a
Sawed off
messenger-
shotgun. Have you not
It is
seen a 1970s
messenger
handbag?
bag. A messenger bag. This is not
Okay,
a gun.
I guess we're just gonna shoot the butler.
No,
No.
this is a precautionary measure. Thank you.
Oh my
It's left
gosh.
the butler.
No
The
respect.
precautionary measure of my execution?
Okay, it would
You won't see
never.
it coming. Don't worry about it.
unless You deserve it.
I'm not doing anything untoward.
I won't do it if you don't deserve it. It's fine.
JT, you know what you did making this character. You know what you did.
Yes, I'm familiar with the door. I'm familiar with the phrase, the butler did it.
You made the most
This is
suspicious
Anyway.
rude.
Why don't I move you all to the library
please.
here as Eddie and Thomas have entered in. Oh, you're all joining us. Good. We're giving everything a look over. That's okay. Just before the sun sets and all that.
You put us in the room with the most windows in the house, but sure.
I know. We won't be here for long, probably,
Make
right?
it fast, Tommy.
Don't worry, Miss Davis and Mr. White have their firearms out, so if any crows decide to assail you, they'll be quick to the trigger.
Easy on the guns.
I think they're itching for some
Cautionary
action, young
measures,
master.
Tommy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's just look through the library. That's okay. And he'll be just looking around. If y'all want to look on the first floor, I can move you down to the. Rather, you want to look on the second floor, I can also look through the first floor.
I'm looking
I'll
on.
roll library use again.
I would like to do that as slow. I don't think I'll make it.
What are you trying to do with library use?
I know how. I've spent enough time around rich people and I'm very well educated. Like, I know how a library is supposed to look, how rich people like them to look, and where they tend to place important things, maybe. I will bullshit until you tell me yes.
I'd rather that be a spot hidden.
I can do that too. Hero point, please, Elsie. Oh.
4 points spent.
Okay, hold
Would you
on.
like to
Math
spend
in my
another?
head. That's what, 15?
Yep.
Yeah, let's go down to 7 luck. Let's go.
Or could possibly be wrong with 7 luck.
I honestly thought I would have gone insane by now on this stream, so we're good.
Same. I'm trying.
You're not. You're just running out
Yeah.
of luck. That's all.
I want to look around for like the most
Anyway.
fucked up looking book that I can find.
You can make me a library use in that case. Theodore, is there anything you'd like to be doing right now?
Yeah. We'll take a perusal about the library. Keep an eye on things. Have a look around.
Sure. Do you want to perhaps assist Master Eddie's role here?
Of course.
All right, Eddie, you can use a bonus penalty die if you like. You can click bonus penalty there on the Roll20, and it should automatically give you another 10's place roll.
That is a hilarious suggestion because I did succeed on that roll.
You did, but you can do better.
I can.
We love degrees of success in this house.
Hey, look, you literally did 10 better with that, which I believe makes that a hard success at the very least. So what you're beginning to able to identify is there is a lot of historical novels here, but they're leaning more towards folklore and occultism. The books, especially that have been like kind of marked in certain high value boxes, they're old and fragile. They aren't really outlining any diagrams or anything, but they seem to be documenting histories of witchcraft and other odd things.
Is there anything mentioned with crows?
Nothing in these books. Actually, closest you could probably find is in a mention of the Nordic gods. Odin has ravens as his watchers over the world.
Okay. I don't like this information. I'm not digging this information considering what the heck is going on here.
Did you find anything, Master Eddie?
How closely were you to follow these instructions in the will about maintaining this estate?
As in, like, how well the butler maintained the estate.
No, I'm asking Mr. Kimberly.
Oh. I mean, I've only had a few workers out to make estimations on things. We've barely done any work.
Let's.
Where did the renovation start? Sorry.
Oh, when the renovations start? I mean, we really...
Where?
Where? We haven't started anywhere. I've just got a computer hooked up to the power in the study. It just motions on the first floor to a door you haven't explored yet. But beyond that, we just had some folks check out the electrical and heating, but, well, haven't really needed to worry about that given the heat of this place.
Did the electrician say there was anything strange other than it being old?
No, nothing odd. Just old building. No asbestos in the walls. Just a lot of stonework they needed to work around, and the empty spaces were all easy enough to run some lines through, connect some wires, and
I'm swiftly running out of ideas, folks, so something set this off, and I'm not sure it was just young Tommy here moving in.
I mean, what exactly are we supposed to do? And Blake looks over and is looking at Theo and is like, what do you know?
About what?
About all of it. You have to know something, right? And then Blake looks at Tommy and she's like, "Ooh. Do you even have an uncle? We've been friends for a really long time. You don't even remember this uncle. And is it dark yet?"
It's getting darker.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Probably have enough time to make your way out to town one last time before it gets dark enough. You might want to retire for the evening.
Yeah, I'm like gonna grab Tommy by the arm and make him come with us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Where are we going?
Um, well, we're going to the graveyard, where your staff was found, and
I'd
you're coming
really
with us.
rather not.
I'll stay here with him. Don't make him look at that.
Master White, if it's all the same, I believe your detective skills might be of some grander use at a crime scene than here in a house where you've found nothing so far.
Can't tell if that was a backhanded compliment or you wanting me to get out of the house.
I'll come with you by all means, if it would quell your suspicions.
Fine. Before we go, Tommy, where's the study?
Just through the door here, and he'll open it up, and you see a well-appointed study, a few extra books, and a little computer set up on the desk, and chess game that seems to be ongoing.
Anything weird
the
about
corner?
the room?
You're really asking me about this weird house? Is anything weird in this room in
I'm
particular?
trying to figure out how to phrase it. I don't know. I'm looking for hidden shit.
Nothing jumps out at you immediately.
These bookshelves. What is that?
They are bookshelves.
Poking around.
You want to check out all the books? You want to spend some time just pulling all the books to see if any of them open anything?
It's a Scooby-Doo episode. Let's go.
You spend a good amount of time, and you can all watch as this detective quickly pulls some books, and nothing opens.
Young master, this is your detective friend.
Yeah, he's been helping the family for some time. You all right there, Mr. White? You are muted somehow, and I don't know how.
Uh-oh. We got nothing. Oh, there you are.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No idea. Okay. Is there any carving on these bookshelves?
Just a leafing design.
People are moving around this house freely. We know of at least, the fireplaces are spinning. But why? Why?
Anyone else?
No, Blake is lost. She is like in the sauce. This is way deeper than she anticipated. She was like trying to come here and like just like solve the simplest thing, and she's like, "Oh, this will be easy." Mm-mm.
Well, where would you all like to go next? Because there is a chance to, now that it's getting a bit later, you could try and sneak into the graveyard. You could head downtown and try and talk to Detective Olson or some other folks. You could ask about the house, or check in the house at the library, but I'd say you got limited options now. It's almost dark.
Graveyard. It's my vote.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
Go wherever you go.
Eddie?
Let's all go.
Well, Theodore's going to stay in the house.
I was
Say
going to
why?
say I am.
He's the
Why?
You are. You're staying right here. I'm taking control of your character. No, but sure. Let's all head out to the graveyard.
I will
I'm sure
point to
nothing can go wrong
Thomas
with the
before we
graveyard.
go and just say, lock yourself in a bathroom, please. Do not answer the door. Make sure it is locked behind us.
All right.
I have to object.
His father would kill me if anything happened to him.
Right, yeah,
I'm
and
in a
this
big house on my own.
the safest way for him to do that is to be alone in this house?
I'll be fine. Please, you all go look into this. Go. It's fine. And he'll help usher you all out. And getting beyond the gates of the estate, you do see just the only thing that jumps out to you, other than the rather quietness of the street, is a beggar throwing some bread to the local pigeons and birds. But beyond that, you're able to roll the corner or head out back, rather, if you want. How you get into the graveyard?
We're
Go through the
walking.
fence, right?
Yeah, we're walking through the hole in the fence.
Sure. You get out in front and back around, and y'all can make me sneak checks.
Are we
Jack-
being followed by
Oh
crows?
boy.
Nope, but they are in the trees.
Stealth.
Wow. Hero point.
Oh my god, it's my fucking
All right.
I got it.
I'm seeing some green. I'm seeing 3 green thus far. Can I get a 4th green? Oof. 22 luck.
Hero point.
Okay,
Yeah.
another hero point.
Spend it, spend it, spend it.
No,
Didn't get better.
did not.
Oh no.
What's the move, Eddie? You want to spend?
I can't.
What is that? I know. That's appreciated about this situation.
Is there still an
You
option
want
to
to spend another
push?
hero point? There's an option to hero point or push. Yeah.
I'm going to hero point that if I could just do it one last time, if I can.
Yeah.
do
Why
it again.
not? You can spend all the hero points you want. Let's get them out of the way. A little bit better. It's only
No.
52 luck.
No, I'm not doing that again.
God. That's too much.
If I get pecked to death by crows, I'm the first death of the night.
All right. In that case, you make your way through the graveyard and eventually find yourselves looking over a crossed over zone, a crossed over area, rather, but blocked off by police do not cross lines. You think you've made yourselves fairly innocuous, but you can see that here there is a very clear indent in the earth.
Like he was Hulk smashed into the earth.
Like somebody hit the ground real hard and cracked their head on a tombstone, which is also very nearly smashed.
That takes force. That takes a lot of force.
Could I have a looky-loo, a glance over the body for
Yeah,
anything?
I would like to. Yeah.
There is no immediate body, but there is some leavings because you imagine a high impact like this does leave some
Viscera, yeah.
detritus. Detritus, viscera,
You
yeah.
take your pick.
Yeah. What? Spot hidden? What are we rolling?
Spot hidden, first aid, medicine, science, physics.
Wow, hero point. Okay.
Yay! I got a real
Okay.
success, a real one.
I rolled a 2.
With the extreme success, I'll give you can all mostly spot that this very clearly, the way the body fell from a great, must have fell from or hit with a lot of force and then landed. The extreme, you note the way the impact crater sits. This is more like someone being dropped. Like you've seen folks who have been like pushed from great heights over the ledge kind of thing and hit. And this is more akin to that than somebody being smashed into the ground. It's a matter of the way the marks in the ground almost seem like splayed rather than kind of kept together.
What are the flight lines flight paths coming out of Logan look like?
You look up, and it is a clear night. There are no trees in the graveyard.
Yeah, but Logan, the airport.
Logan is nearby, but it does not fly over Brookline. Usually, any flights would route in over Boston Harbor.
Makes sense.
This is something that only makes sense.
No, it makes sense to me because I grew up around airport shit. So
yeah, so they do the landing pad would come in over South Boston, which is a good ways east of here.
Yeah. Okay.
So unless they were in a holding pattern, I need to circle. And you imagine if there was a fall from a great height.
Question.
Out of an airplane. Yeah, question. Oh, I love questions.
The wheels are spinning.
Ooh, I love spinning wheels.
Do I need to make a sanity check?
I think you do. As you come to this realization.
Yeah. Yeah. How much am I losing?
Let's find out. Ooh, 3.
Wait, 5.
It's 3. It's because it's a D3, but I'm
I understand.
using a
3.
D6 in its
okay.
place.
So I've lost 4.
1 second. Let me hit you with that.
I keep doing that. Okay, I've lost 4 total then.
Sure, good. Still, you're holding it together, but the rest of you do see the detective look up and kind of...
Something the matter, detective?
He wasn't squished into the ground. He was dropped. And I flew in just this morning, and we came in over the harbor. So...
What would
wide
do
open
that?
skies. Might as well be Montana. Where did he fall from?
Can I keep a close look on the sky and see if there's like any crows or anything putting out stars?
Putting out stars. Well, I need to spot hidden it. The sun is, well, let's say it's officially set.
Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, I have to. It's in my contract. Using the spooky crow sound.
Oh no!
Ooh.
Hero point immediately.
Hero point? I don't know. We gotta keep track of how many we have.
I'm spending more luck.
1 luck.
Surely you can spend a luck.
What's 1 luck?
It's 1 luck.
What's 1 luck between friends? You don't immediately see any crows flying overhead, such a way that they blot out the stars, but can't help but notice a few of them in the trees as the very last receding bits of light fall between you. Current count, 5 of them. Just sitting there on the estate's grounds, looking at all of you.
One for each person here. Fuck.
There's 4 of you.
I count 4, detective.
Thomas makes 5. Teddy.
But they're not looking at the house, are they?
I just, this is too much. I just.
Are you feeling
Yeah.
overwhelmed? Want to make a sanity check about it? Anyone who's feeling particularly overwhelmed in character absolutely can. Feel free to make a sanity check.
Can I make another one?
Why not? Why not? You're making connections here. Your mind is
I'm
racing.
fine.
All
But we're
right.
doing
So in this case,
okay.
I'll have a success will only be 1 sanity loss.
All right, I've hit 5 total. I don't know. I think it's you have to use
Oh,
lose
sorry.
them at once, right?
5 to, well, that's all at once, yes. But you
Okay.
should keep track if you've lost a fifth of your score over the course of tonight.
I'd have to get down to 7 for that. Hell yeah.
Okay. So yeah, 1 sanity if you've succeeded. And Blake, is that confirmed failure for you?
No. For me.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, you're just marking it down. So
Yeah,
sorry.
that's what I said. Sorry, no, that was my bad.
Okay.
I went to
Totally missed it. Okay, well, what's the move, folks?
I'm hustling back to the house.
Same
I
here.
don't like this shit.
Oh no, you're leaving. Okay.
Well, there is a side entrance to the house. You probably convinced the butler to give you a key to.
I suppose, since you're asking so nicely.
Please and thank you.
I actually thought that that's so funny. I thought that we could just skip the formalities at this point. And she stands there and she says, I'm coming. I'm right behind you. But she's not.
Mhm.
I'm not going. I'm not going. I'm just going slower.
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Still got my gun drawn.
I'll give you this. You all can make it to the door, and as you unlock it, you hear doo-doo. Or rather hits a bell.
What kind of bell is it? Like inside the house?
It's the doorbell
Doorbell.
bell.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Seems our friends are back.
Perhaps I should
Teddy.
go and tend to my duties.
No, Teddy.
Teddy?
Sneaking suspicion based on what Thomas said about dear missing archivist having bad feeling about these folks. Anybody got an extra gun?
I have a revolver.
Please retrieve that before answering the door.
I like.
Right.
Blake is backing up towards the stairs, not even hesitating.
Thea's gonna go
Where are
answer the
tokens?
door.
Oh,
All right, move yourselves where you're at. You coming in from outside here.
Where are we?
You're on the right side of the map.
What?
yeah, I had to look for us too.
Oh man. Thea's moving into the house.
Heck, you're a hero.
To the door.
Truly.
I'm probably grabbing a chair on the way in somewhere.
The chair!
The chair.
Door once again. Ding.
Theo opens the door.
Ah, adieu, Mr. Walton. I take it.
Very
Mr.
soon.
Mr. Schmiblik is there to smile
I
at
don't
you.
like that. Mm-mm.
Of course. Something I can help you with?
Ah, yes. I was curious if we might be able to speak with Mr. Kimberly. Mr. Haveli and I are very eager to solidify the deal we had been working out with Dr. Malcolm.
Unfortunately, at the moment, Kimberly's visiting hours are over.
But certainly he can make an exception for one who is willing to pay so heavy a price.
I understand your eagerness to make the purchase. I can assure you that Miss Cross made the reservation, set aside the necessary product for you, and we can wait to solidify the details of the purchase in the morning.
I would hate for this to become a matter of force, but I would much rather hear it from the master of the house than the errand boy.
Theo smiles.
He gives you a smile back.
Of course.
Mr. Walton, please, your contents are not so secret as you think they are. We know what we want. Simply fetch your master. We will hand you more than adequate payment and be on our way. Mr. Harvelli is quite eager to have this matter put to rest. Yes?
I completely understand. Please give me but a moment.
A moment, of course. We will eagerly await. And he steps just a hair back to join the taller gentleman, both of them like two exclamation points sitting next to each other. One longer than the other. Yes.
What was the name of their boss?
Mr. Schmiblik and the other one, Mr. Haveli.
Haveli. All right, Haveli. Gotcha. Thank you.
Theo's going to close the door. He's beckoned them to wait but a moment.
Actually, I do have miniatures for them, so boom.
Oh, yay. Of course. Little guys.
Yeah, little. That's what I'm calling them, tokens.
You all stand there waiting for a moment, collect yourselves, and that's when you hear this. An upstairs glass shatters.
Perhaps I ought to go and check on Master Kimberly.
Perhaps you should.
I understand you do not want to let these men in. We'll figure out a way to disperse them. Until then, I trust that you understand how to keep yourselves safe. And Theo's going to meander off to find the young master.
No!
Sure thing.
Son of a bitch!
I'm already I'm up the stairs halfway at least. By the time this is over.
Don't do this. Not now, Turk.
He has to.
Not
he
now.
has to.
I can see your little head poking up now.
Oh,
We are about to be murdered by Scoobert Dew.
I love it.
I love
What do you guys do?
Scooby-Doo Turk.
Oh
I'm halfway up the stairs. I'm not staying there. I'm not with.
Okay, I need to know
with,
who's staying downstairs, who's going upstairs. Give me a count right now.
upstairs. I'm not right behind Theo, but I'm close.
All
Theo
right.
is going where he needs to go.
Perfect. I'm
I
gonna
don't
put
know
you
where
two
that's
here, and then
Yep.
let me move some tokens around, and I'm gonna say, why don't we open on the folks up on the second floor? Because you round the corner and well, you see Thomas on the couch, just kind of. I don't know what that was. It wasn't me. It came from the master bedroom.
Ah,
And then you hear
Persistent.
that door wiggle against the door, against the handle,
the master bedroom door.
the master bedroom door.
Love, I love that.
That chair tries to be pulled slightly.
Master Kimberly, would you rather face persistent predator birds or the two gentlemen at the front door demanding to speak with you?
Neither of those sound particularly good right now.
Right, yes, well, one of them is most assuredly safe because, again, everybody seems to have acquired firearms.
The door now, you watch as it almost pulls through the chair, and as soon as that force is done, it very quietly opens. Mr. Kimberly is going to try and break and run, but the two of you see what appears to be an entirely too slender hand wrap itself around the side. It's really hard to do and be spooky in a Scooby-Doo outfit, but
You didn't have to point it out again.
it pulls its head around, and you see a horned figure with a smooth, oily, whale-like surface across its body. It looks at you, no features at all. And its tail flicks in the air behind two wings as it steps fully into the room. I need both of you to make sanity checks as you're seeing a night gaunt for the first time.
Okay.
It's kind of cute.
It is kind of cute, right? You're gonna love what it does.
No.
I bet I
don't.
am.
Stop. A sanity check. Okay. Oh my gosh. Okay.
So, little curtain here. Theo, you know these are servitors, usually. You're going to want to look out for those tails. They will grab you. And they will pull you. And
Yeah.
you won't like where they take you.
If I am permitted to act.
You're both permitted to act, but I need you both to... I need everyone, in fact. I'm going to put you all on the initiative tracker here. If you could please, as it becomes relevant, put in your immediately put in your dexterity scores into the tracker.
Is this we have to select our tokens first?
No, you don't. You just write it in on the tracker.
Oh, I see.
Don't make a dexterity check, just on the left here. It's a shame you used the one on the turn order thing that's popped up here. All right. I'm going to set this in descending, and first one up on the top floor is going to be Theodore.
Okay. What direction do I need to go to get where I need to be?
The library and the study.
Okay. How does speed work in this game? What's my...
I'll say you can probably reach the library in a turn.
Okay, sure. Theo makes for the library.
Perfect. This one's turn, as it also has another friend. Hi, Blake. They're going to try and grab at you. Would you like to fight back or dodge? Blake? Yes. I can't hear you, so if you're saying anything.
Yeah, see, I was entirely muted. So, yes, I'm going to try and dodge. I'm not going to do very well, but.
Roll me a dodge check. Want to spend
Great.
luck?
Yeah.
How much luck you spending? I think that's 26.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was trying to.
All right, 26 points of luck. And your success manages to beat their success as they both try and reach out and grab at you. You manage to duck your way back down the stairs as two of these reach out, but you do note that one more fills out up here. And those below do hear a clattering coming from the kitchen. Anyway, Blake, you're up.
All right, so I'm going to go. I'm not okay. I'm not engaged with anyone, so I can back up. Yes, I don't know what the rules are.
Yes, you know, there's no opportunity attacks. You're fine.
Okay. I'm going to back up then as far as I can. It's not as far as I can, but that's where I want to go. I'm going to go there. And I'm going to hold my gun looking at Tommy. And I'm going to say,
He would have run behind you by now, to be fair.
Oh, I can't take it. Okay. So then I'm going to just stay in front of him and look and just scream like, I can't do this. I didn't sign up for this. I genuinely was just looking for to be solidify my name. Like, Tommy, I can't, and I'm talking to myself, and Blake is just I'm out of here. And she just backs up again, as far as she can, or as far as I put her or whatever. But that's where she goes, and she just waits, and she's like, I'm out of here. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. And she has her gun locked and loaded, and she is waiting. But she is not looking back at Tommy.
So you're just making a run for it?
I'm just backing up. I don't know what to do. Fighting is not her first thing necessarily, and she's a little off kilter by all of this because she's not expecting the deepness.
Sure thing. All right. So top of the round. Why don't we go back to the first floor? Eddie, you hear quite a clattering from the kitchen, certainly from nothing important.
I have a very bad idea. You want to shoot him through the door?
Might as well.
Front door?
If you want to make a shot, you absolutely can. Well, you don't have a gun, to be fair. So. Eddie? Have you rolled anything?
I do have a chair.
You do have a chair. What do you want to do?
I have a dumb idea.
What's
I
the
have a
best
very
one?
dumb idea that's even dumber.
Go for it. What's
Open-
the idea?
Open the door. Hit him with the chair and shoot them immediately.
All right, you want to hold your action until Benedict opens the door?
Yeah.
All right. Benedict, your go.
I'll wrench open the door and shoot the big one.
You pull open the door, and at this point, that big one has now grown to about 16 feet in height. I need you to make an immediate sanity check.
Yeah. Here we go.
As Mr. Harvelli has hit quite the growth spurt.
Oh no, y'all.
Hero point?
Nope.
Okay, that's going to be 3 more sanity from you.
Okay.
Oh yes, Eddie, thank you as well. This is going to be 1 sanity from you. You take the shot. Roll to hit against Mr. Harvelli.
Success.
Fantastic. You fire and do connect with his form. Roll damage.
How do I roll damage? Where is
What kind
that?
of gun is it?
It's just a revolver. I don't remember.
What caliber, though?
Probably a large one.
45?
Yeah, let's do a 45.
Roll 1d10 and add 2.
What is it on roll 20? Is it /R or R/? I've never
/R. Also on the left side of your screen, there is a thing that looks like a dice. If you click that, it'll pop up a dice roller.
I see it. The glasses went on because I'm blind, y'all. You said a
Scooby-Doo suit
D10
went on
plus
'cause I'm
2?
telling everyone. Yes.
All right. 12. Damn, I rolled max damage.
You shoot, and what you're sure is straight to the head of this tall figure. Now you quickly adjust your aim and go up, and you watch. It almost seems like it passes through him more like mist than anything else. Like he hasn't taken the full effect.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Slam the door and grab Eddie and go.
Well, grab at someone and going is a little hard to do, but you can indicate where you'd like Eddie to move next, or if anyone you want to use your you want to abandon your prepped action and run. I'd be down for you to do so with Mr. White.
I'm heading up for the stairs.
What's in the library?
You don't know.
I want to head towards the library.
Can I ask why?
I have a feeling that something that they're after is in there, and either I'm giving it to them and getting out of here alive with everybody else, or we're gonna all die here.
Okay, I'll put you on your way over there. It is Gaunty Gaunt's turn, and we'll jump back up to the second floor really quick to handle those, because one is going to pursue you, one is going to try and get the door. Theodore, you didn't manage to close that, did you, darling?
Theo probably would have tried to close it. I don't know if he would have secured it, per se.
It's going to break open behind you, and I need you to make me a dodge or fight back, depending on what you want to do. Same to you, Miss Blake.
No, Theo's only interested in dodging. How to dodge?
You click dodge.
Oh, there is a dodge button. Okay, cool. Hero point. Okay, cool.
I'm seeing a lot of
I'm not
red.
Yeah, I'm not going to use a
Yeah,
hero point.
I'm thinking about using a second hero point because I'm greedy.
Actually, no, I have one personal, so I might as well. So
No, I'm gonna be greedy. I'm gonna be greedy, and it's gonna work.
I still fail. I love this for me. Okay.
All right, so you used 2 additional hero points beyond what you already used. So that was 4 this round, just for our tally taker there. So, Theodore, you managed to dodge out of the way of this thing's clawing hands, but, well, Miss Davis, this thing does grab you. It doesn't necessarily do anything to you. Its arms are almost gentle as it kind of grabs a hold of you. That's going to be its immediate turn, and you are going to be restrained there. But below, I love having 2 different maps. One is going to break in and try and take a hit. Rather, both of them are going to try and grab at Mr. White here. So you want to make me a dodge, fight, back roll?
I dodge.
You dodge. 61 out of 39.
Hero point or not? That is the question.
You could have a hero point as a treat.
Yeah, might as well. I'll reroll. Yeah, LC.
I'll use a hero point that's specifically marked for you to negate that use of a hero point. It's still used, but
Yeah. All right. I wondered when you were gonna start doing that. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So
They're just
we
for
knocked a
you.
hero point and one of my villain points off the list. Cool.
But you are now grappled by 2 of these.
Oh, good. Benedict likes hugs.
I'll use a second villain point to go against you. That I need you to make a dodge check with a penalty.
How do I get it to do the penalty?
So once you roll it,
Once
you
you
hit
roll
bonus.
it and then do it.
Yeah, and then you hit bonus penalty from the little chat icon there. So it's already pretty bad. So we take the worst result. So instead of that becoming a 14, it stays an 84. Would you like to use a hero point?
Yeah. Negating it again?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna reroll. Cool. Do I still have to roll with the penalty?
In this case, no.
Oh, good. One more hero point off the list, LC.
Your regular success does not beat my extreme.
Yeah, I've had a feeling you were too confident about that one. All right, cool.
But you don't take damage. In fact, It's a strange sensation as Eddie, you can watch as the tails of these things go and begin to work their way across Mr. White's body, and Mr. White starts to laugh as they tickle you. Uncontrollable laughter erupting from you. As these things that look razor sharp just calmly work their way around and are just like tickling, and they're just gonna slightly begin to flap their wings and start carrying you slightly up. Theodore, you're up on the second floor. Let's go check in with you.
Cool. So I can't believe I get to say this session. I want to do something stupid. I would like to run here and leap from the balcony to the first floor, because I believe this lines up roughly with where the study door is.
That's about correct, yes. Would you like to make me a jump check? See how you land.
Super would.
I'll move you down
Cool.
below.
I
Ooh.
super would use a hero point, because I don't think... Yeah, luck doesn't save me there. Luck does save me there.
So 18 luck?
I will spend 18 luck.
All right, you're only going to take 1 damage from the fall there. As you kind of hit hard and your shoe kind of works its way off a little bit.
And then...
Pesky hooves.
If I have any action or move left in me, I would like to just move into
I'll
the
say
study.
you can burst your way through the door there, sure.
Cool.
Oh, it's time for Mr. Schmilblick and Mr. Harvelli to enter. They examine the scene. Mr. Schmilblick will examine the scene, and he seems to almost hold a camera with two handles attached to it, kind of off to the side, and it slowly begins to project light. And hey, the two of you are down here. Evens or odds? Somebody pick some
Hate this game.
between Eddie and Benedict. I need an even or odd call from one of you.
Jelly, you pick. I can't do
Even.
All right.
Even.
It's a 4. We're gonna see if something hits you. It doesn't. Ooh, I'm really tempted to use a villain point, but no,
that. You
not
got
yet.
2 more on me.
I know on you. As you're gonna watch as this beam kind of shoots over the over here into this wall, and kind of just a hole appears there, like it's been disintegrated in a very certain beam. He's just gonna go, never trust these things, and he'll put it away. Mr. Vetti acquires that one. No, then his servants seem to have some interest here. And you watch as, less walking through the door and more through the wall, this large figure will approach and grow to full height, almost hitting his head up at the top here. And will now seem to come into full shape and is going to try and deck you in the face. Would you like to dodge or fight back?
I'm going to try and dodge.
That's fair. Roll me a dodge check.
I am.
It's right, no
It
worries.
just takes forever to load.
It's processing. Roll 20's got things the worst way to screw you over. Ooh, nice, but no. Would you like to use a Euro point?
Yes.
That's better. That's only 15 luck. You can spend it in combat.
I'll spend it.
Alrighty. Success beats
So
success.
help me with math.
What is your current HP amount?
Wait.
Luck
8.
amount. Sorry.
I'm going to die.
Sorry, luck amount. Luck amount.
That is 32.
32 minus 15. That's going to be 17.
Okay, I'm very bad.
So you are
Okay,
going
cool.
to
I'm very bad.
live as this guy winds up and pounds a fist into the ground. You manage to jump out of the way slightly. We're back upstairs. Blake, what are you doing? Oh, I didn't tell you, Blake. You got grabbed. So you are currently restrained. I did mention that, actually. You are currently restrained right now, but it is your turn. You're still muted. There are several layers of muting you must dig your way through in order to...
I figured it out. Okay, thanks. So Blake is restrained. I'm going to try and fight back and like get out of it.
Sure. Make me a brawl check, or rather a strength or dexterity check.
Great.
Would you like to spend 13 luck?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sorry, every time I go to
No worries. You manage to wriggle free and can kind of step back away from this thing's grip.
Okay. And when that, am I able to like pull the trigger on my?
If you want to pull the trigger on this thing, you have.
Okay, great. I would like to do that then, and with my shotgun. I don't want to brawl it. Give me a second here. Combat. There we go. Okay. So to roll for attack, I just like hit. Okay.
You just roll brawl on the right side under fighting.
Okay.
Or if you're doing a handgun, you roll a handgun.
It can't be a shotgun. Like a shot. Oh no.
It could be a shotgun. Shotguns are just under rifle.
Oh,
shotgun,
okay.
Of which you have.
I have a 12 gauge.
Yeah, you have a 12 gauge, but you have 25 in shotgun. So turn yourself off of edit mode. That will help.
Okay. All right. So.
So now you can click. 12 gauge shotgun. Oh, you
Right.
clicked a whole bunch.
Yep. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You're good. So 79 out of 25 won't hit.
Yeah.
39 out of 25 won't hit either.
I stand there and I just kind of like stare at it and like it is now stuck. She doesn't really know what she can do here, and she panics a little.
Roll no sanity for me.
Yes. All right, man. I just keep. That's the one thing I can roll tonight.
We'll mark off one more sanity here. Eddie, you're up. That big guy just pounded the floor right past you.
I am still running towards the library.
All right, you can move yourself into the library on this turn.
How far?
Just right there is perfect.
All right.
Anything else you'd like to do in your turn?
I'm basically shouting, whatever you want, come get it.
Interesting choice of words. Mr. White, you are immobilized, bewildered, humiliated, and disoriented. You can try to break out of this seize with a dexterity or strength, but you would be doing so with a...
Can I shoot Schmidlick's fun box?
You are currently grasped and being tickled actively. I feel the larger concern are the two of them that are holding you and slowly lifting you off the ground.
And I... All right. Sure. What am I rolling? Strength?
Strength or dexterity, but it will be with penalty.
With a penalty?
Mm-hmm.
Well, strength and dexterity are the same, so let's just roll strength, see what happens.
Roll penalty now.
63 out of 69. Let's see what happens here.
Hey, would be even better. All right. You managed to wriggle free of the onto the floor here, just amidst a number of foes. Would you like to do any immediate actions afterward?
Now can I shoot the box?
You can certainly try. Called shot would be made with a penalty.
I would like to shoot the box. Fine.
So 95 is already pretty bad, but with a penalty, it couldn't get worse, actually. So, and it didn't.
Really
it was literally the same, 95 and our 95. So, yeah.
Do I burn a hero point or not? Nah, I'll let it ride. We're good. No, I'm gonna let it ride.
Okay. You fire off, and it kind of goes wide as you particularly try to aim for that box. You are kind of between a rock and a bad place here. And
Am I rolling sanity?
why would you?
I don't know. I'm in a room of 4 monsters. You tell me.
If you want to roll insanity, sure, roll sanity.
Benedict is having a bad day, y'all.
Cass is dead sprinting towards 0 sanity. Oh!
27 for 27. I'll say you just lose 1 right now.
Cool.
Just for
How
the
many do I
hopelessness
have
of
to
your
lose
situation.
before I go insane?
It would be a fifth of your starting, so a fifth of 35.
So I would have to lose that total, and then
Once it hits, then you deal with an indefinite insanity.
Okay, so I've lost 7 points, which would be a fifth of my.
All right. Yeah. No, this one's pretty easy. These are monsters that have clearly taken on the form of people. You're going to basically be terrified. You're going to basically manifest some agoraphobia about this because monsters are people, y'all.
If I live.
If you live. You
Yeah,
kind of have
it's
this draining sensation in your body as you just realize there's nowhere safe. Anyway, it's the Night Gaunt's turn. They're going to try and one of them's going to re-grab you, and the other one's going to fly towards the big guy. That fight will be on its own, but I need you to make me another dodge or fight back check real quick. You can't shoot in a fight back. You have to brawl. Would you like to spend a hero point?
Yes, please.
You manage, so you can do a D3 plus your damage bonus. So, but let's check on what that is. We go to combat. It's 0, so just roll me a D6, and we'll divide it by 2. So you deal 2 damage to this thing, which you hit a hard carapace, and but you do kind of like send it back somewhat, like you just booped a dog on the snout. Back upstairs, there are some other Night Gaunts, and they are both going to move in and try one to grab each of you. The other one is going to begin flying down. So, hey, Miss Davis, I need you to make a dodge check real quick. Ooh, extreme success meets extreme success. So, yeah, you managed to avoid this one grabbing at you, but the other is going to get a hold of Thomas here. And we'll just kind of have him in a grip as it's going to carry him slightly past you. Back downstairs. Oh, boy. Forgot. I do have these guys. Mr. Schmiblik does not seem particularly pleased with the movements of these things and is going to... you watch as he basically looks towards one of these things, snaps a finger, and as this thing is trying to grab a hold of Mr. Harvelli, you're just going to watch as its blood, as its like whole body seems to pulse in ever-quickening rhythm. I'm just going to roll something privately to myself. As it begins to, as far as you can tell, Mr. White, just burn from the inside. And then Mr. Harvelli will try to finish that by slamming him home. That's going to be a big old yes, sir. And you'll watch as this thing is like rapidly heating up like a hot pocket in the microwave. Harvelli will grab it with 2 hands and just smash it into the floor. And as it collides, its body crumples and smacks, but will then just kind of into a puff of black smoke, lining the floor with what leaves only ink. And Mr. Harvelli will move and just kick open the door. Mr. Schmiblik will just tilt a hat towards you, Mr. White. Pardon us, we'll just be on our way. Blake!
Yes. Okay. I am not, so I did not get grabbed, correct? I am not held.
You did not get grabbed, that is correct.
So, crap. I'm going to, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this. I want to reach into my bag, and in my hand I want to slip on my brass knuckles, and I want to hit whatever's in front of me, whatever this is.
You want to punch a night gaunt in the face with brass knuckles? That sounds cool as hell. Why don't you roll me a brawl check about it?
Yeah.
Hey, that's a success.
Success
deal-
for one. Okay.
Success, and that already has the damage built in, I believe, but you could roll me a d4 to add to that instead of a d3, so...
Oh, that's, yep.
1D
Okay.
money sign.
It was, yeah, I know, sorry.
You're good.
Oh, I did it again, why?
1D money sign. Money, money, money.
Stop. Just give me the one.
On the left side of your... Okay, so in that case, you collide with this thing. Oof. There you go. You managed to, what seems to put a dent in this thing's carapace as it tries to get out of the way of you punching at it. You just hit it in the chest and watch it. It almost feels like you've broken a insect carapace a little bit. Anything else you can do on your turn?
No.
All right. Eddie, you're up.
I am absolutely like, I have that chair still in my hands, mind you.
I got you.
And I'm looking at the things in the glass, and I'm like, one of these has to be what they're after. And
What are you
I'm
doing?
just going to start smacking the glass.
Which one are you going for first?
To be honest, I completely forgot what was in here. But whatever is nearest to me physically.
Let's see. Roll me a D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's clever of me. You open up the thing with the pirate cutlass and flintlock pistol in it.
Nice. Do I get to bash open another piece of glass?
I'd say this is your turn to do that, and if you want to do anything else, you absolutely can, but bashing open another piece of glass will take another action. As your chair has been basically blown to smithereens.
Okay, fair. I'm going to try to find another chair.
Okay. Benedict. You're not grappled yet.
Mm-mm. I'm gonna look up at the night gaunt and go, bigger problem, and point at Schmiblik and try and convince it to attack Schmiblik.
I'll make a persuasion check.
Sure. Can it be charm instead?
Nope.
All right, cool. That's still a 60 in persuasion. Let's see how this goes. Hard success.
You get no immediate response from the night gaunt.
If I drop my last 7 luck onto that and lower it, will that make it better?
Well, let's think. What is 60 divided by 5? That'd be 12. So if you use 7 luck,
It would bring me to a 12.
that'd be an extreme success.
Yeah, it would.
Why not do it anyway? See what happens. As you spend it, yes. And you watch as its head kind of looks away from you, its faceless form, and just kind of looks over at the other one.
Wait. At Schmiblik?
It's going to attack Schmiblik on its turn.
Yeah! Still giggling. All right, cool. I am out of luck, everybody.
Oh, I know.
That is it.
So, it's hard success. It does manage to grab him on its turn. It's like, oh, no, what are you doing? And he's going to call out in a language you don't recognize, but it will call the attention of Mr. Harvelli. Upstairs, why didn't I feel like Theodore, you had a turn? What happened to your turn here?
I don't know.
What's your dexterity score? You should have been
65. I was in the thing.
You were in the thing, but then you weren't. So you should go now.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna open my door.
So, you know to head over to the study, and at that light source here, you twist it completely up from 6 to noon, and the secret passageway down to the basement opens behind the bookshelf.
Yeah, fuck it, we ball. Go downstairs. I need my book.
All right. We'll say you can get to the basement. Do you want to pull the latch to close
please.
the door behind you? All right. On their go, Mr. Schmiblik will, of course, give out that call to Mr. Harvelli, who will try and grab that night gaunt. And hard success versus that dodge of a failure is not going to be good. As he's going to basically grab the back of this thing, like a disobedient pupper, and just push it into that statue with a lot of force, dealing a good bit of damage to it. Mr. Schmidt will, of course, step aside. Says, clearly, very persuasive. Let's stop that, yeah. And he's going to hold out a hand towards you. I need you to make me a POW check, Mr. White.
Well, shit. All right, let's do this. Where did my character sheet go? I accidentally closed my character sheet. One moment, please. I may have panicked. All right.
Hard success is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
You know, it'd be even better
If
you
I had to
re-rolled
re-roll it
for
because
me,
it was
because it's a villain point.
Yeah. All right. That's 3 of 4, Dirk. 3 of 4. That's a fail.
Cool. So, what you're going to feel is your pulse quickening, your metabolism seeming to go into overdrive. I do have the official wording for this somewhere, but right now I need you to roll me a d6.
3.
Take 3 damage as you feel your body beginning to heat up as Mr. Schmidlik just gives you a big smile. Time is so fleeting, no? Run along.
I've seen tiny Austrian men scarier than you.
can barely get the words out as your throat is going incredibly dry.
Yeah.
Blake! How you doing, Blake?
Blake is pretty petrified, and she is going to try and run downstairs if she can get out of this.
Sure, I realized they didn't go up on the second floor here, so why don't you make me a dodge check to get out of the way?
Okay.
And grab you one more time.
No problem. Great. This tracks for the whole night. Mm-hmm.
Well, a failure also matches a failure, so you're fine as you can get around. But you are watching as this now Nikon has begun. You hear Thomas's laughter as he's being tickled with a tail.
I'm going. Honestly, Blake is like in pure panic at this point. She wants to be tough, but she's pretty scared, and so she's just running. And she's just running in any direction she can, even if Thomas is like having a hard time. Like she's going for it.
Good thing. I'll move you all downstairs now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Eddie, you're up. You want to smash another case?
Yeah, why not?
Roll me a
Let's roll
d6. Or d5.
D6 minus 1?
Or a d5.
R/D5?
Yep, /R, 1d5. R/1d5 is a weird subreddit. All right, you've just opened the case for the Chinese Ping Fang. Anything else you want to do?
If there is like a piece of glass that has like a blunt edge to it, I'm picking that up just in case.
Makes sense, because
Like,
I'll say as you smash the thing here, you do see the head of a night gaunt kind of turn around the corner and look at you.
oh,
Mr. White, I need you to make me a another d6 roll. That's 5 damage.
To me,
Yes.
I have 1 hit point left.
Your body begins to feel like it's burning from the inside as you feel your blood racing all around you.
Can I do
You have the head
anything
rush
to
of a
stop
sentry.
this?
You can make me a pow check at the end of your turn, but if there's anything else you'd like to do.
I can't do first aid on myself, nothing like that.
Do you know how to slow your metabolism
No.
and every function in your body?
No.
You better start drinking fast. Then yeah, no, you are 7 ways screwed from Sunday.
Had to happen
Scooby-Doo
sometime. All right.
Scooby-Doo suit don't go on for nothing.
I know. I feel special. All right. So I'm making a power check because it's the end of my turn.
Yeah, if you just want to stand there, if you
no.
want to stand there and burn,
I want to shoot Schmiblik. I don't like that bitch.
you can make it a shot. Yeah, why not?
You gonna make me re-roll it with that last villain point?
No.
Okay.
Feel free to roll damage. It's a d10.
+2, right?
Yep.
Oh, 4. 4 damage.
He certainly takes the shot there and just... we're quite resistant, aren't you? Oh, just die already. We're just here for a few artifacts.
My mama called me a stubborn son of a bitch from the day I hit this planet. I ain't going out for nothing. This hurts. Ow.
You know so little of the world. We were here long before you, and I'll be here long after. Pow check, please. Actually, yeah, there you go.
Is that it? Am I out?
Not yet.
Okay.
I mean, it's not going to last much longer, but you can at least see what happens next, right?
Sure. 1 hit point. 1 more turn. Let's go.
Nightgaunt is just going to try and punch at Mr. Halveri, but I'm not even going to need to roll that again because it's a failure. But the other one is going to try and go and grab at you, Eddie. Want to dodge or fight back?
What would I rather do? Oh, God. What would I rather do? Would I rather kill this thing or have it try to attack the other things once they get in here? I'm going to try and dodge that thing and get into the other room if I can. That I know is in here.
This one?
No.
Well, you couldn't really dodge past into it. That'd take a lot of movement.
I meant more like around. Wait, let me.
It's because it's not your turn right now. I know what you're referring to. Right now, it's just the immediate attack. You want to dodge or fight back?
Just dodge. Let me just try to get out of the way a little bit.
$67 out of 40 won't do it.
Hero point.
Okay. Let's get that loaded. $93 out of 40 won't do much better. You want to spend luck in an amount you don't have?
No.
Then you are going to be grabbed by a Nightgaunt. And we'll have you just slightly moved over here. I will say, Miss Davis, you hear the windows behind you break open with a force, and the laughing voice of Thomas leaves the house.
What? Okay.
Theodore.
Book time.
Enter into a deep sanctuary, a secret place marked with ritual, protective charms. You know you're safe down here temporarily. You've removed most of the library thus far and moved it down into your new abode, but with this final piece, you'll either fully be able to you'll finally be able to dislodge yourself from this human realm, or you know that within the pages of sorry, I have all my pages all around here. Within the pages of the Equinox Divisé, there are ways to purge evil from the home. A spell flickers to mind for you almost immediately. It would take time, but the cleansing fires of Vorbados might be exactly what you need.
Do I know if using this spell will consider me evil? Or is it sort of an area that I can select and exclude myself
If you
from?
are the primary caster, because you are of this place, even in your new form, you should be safe. It will banish all those not from here back to where they originally come from. Now, you're not certain on what the nature of those two men are, but you'd guess if they're from this earth, they are meant to be far from here. You can make me a Cthulhu mythos on them actually really quick if you like.
Absolutely, I will. Oh, maybe not.
Want to use your hero point?
Actually... Oh, I don't have 34 luck. Yeah, I'll spend a goofy little hero point.
We love a goofy little hero point. Want to spend 6 luck?
I will spend 6 luck, yes. Absolutely, I will.
From what you've heard and what you've heard of them through knowledge of what's happened, perhaps, these are likely Kenyani, those ancient people who dwell beneath North America, blasted place you swore you'd never come to. But, well, there's so much more activity here than before, and a lot of the ancient texts you sought had found their way here. And, well, when you built this home, you didn't think you'd ever run into them, at least on the East Coast. They're western, in the mounds. But between Night Gaunts and Kenyani, you know they aren't actually allied. There's a power play here, a convergence. But you figure if you tune the spell right, if you have something that has been connected to the earth, you can be certain that they'll all be gone. Have something in your collection.
Like the stuff from upstairs?
Or make me an intelligence check.
I'm smart. I'm a hero point smart.
An extreme success. Your mind immediately flashes to the railroad. That thing you so cleverly disguised as a railroad spike. That piece that may be more bone and tooth than actual stone. You've never really bothered to check, but you know it hums with ancient power and can pierce the earth and any material asked of it with no qualms. That should suffice. If you use that as a central point, you'd have to dump a lot of the magical power. If only you had more of those fools up there with you, they might have been able to attribute whatever meager magical abilities that holds Brazilian to the human heart. But it's going to be a gamble. You will have to pump a lot of the equivalent amount of magical points into kind of a pool that will basically be a burst out in that would fight against the power of those who wish to remain.
Okay. So I'm looking at going back upstairs if I want to get rid of these guys.
Yes, but you now have your last book. You also know that through the library, there's the door just to the right. Outside, you'd guess that whatever these things want, whatever masters they serve, you can probably get away in time. You're probably not their primary target. You're just a ghoul. Well, you will be.
Curse this final shred of humanity. And Douglas Kimberly is going to turn around and make his way back upstairs to grab a railroad spike.
And I'll say you can get back up out of your study holding the your tome there at the end of your turn. The Thin Man will go. Mr. Halveli will try and make one final hit here against the... Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah. Let's see if the Night Gaunt can even potentially... Nope. You're going to watch as the giant man basically holds this... Mr. White, you'll watch as you're burning from the inside as Mr. Halveli, this giant, will pull what seems to be this sacrificial dagger kind of thing from within his jacket and plunge it into the squirming form of this Night Gaunt as it again puffs into ink and smoke. That's very good. Very good, Mr. Alveri. I'll be just around the way. And Mr. Schmiblik will enter the room over here. As Mr. Halveri is left in there with you, Mr. White. Miss Davis.
Yes. Okay.
It's your turn.
Yes. Okay. I am going to attempt to. Because I'm running back downstairs. Yes.
Yes, you are downstairs. You can see yourself right up there at the north of the map.
Okay. I'm gonna try and okay. Oh no, I don't know what I want to do yet because I'm okay.
Everything's falling apart. Yeah, you didn't really look around the house before, so at this point you're kind of not sure where an exit would be if you're looking for one.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There's a door there's a door to the left, a door to the right. There's 2 doors in front of you. Which one are you taking?
I'm gonna go left.
On screen left, yeah?
Yes.
I'll say you burst through that door there, and you enter into what appears to be a broken down mudroom of sorts. And blessedly, this this door here has a window leading to the outside.
I'm going to try and get out.
A brief moment just to undo a latch on the door, and you are out. Miss Davis, are you just trying to leave? Are you running away?
Yes.
Miss Davis leaves the premises. Eddie, you are grappled. That's a technical term here. Would you like to make a strength or dexterity check to get out of there?
Let me check. Roll20 takes so long to load on my computer. I apologize. Let's try dexterity. That's the best one I got.
Sure thing. Make a roll for it. Hey, there you go. You managed to wriggle your way out of the Night Gaunt script. Anything else you'd like to do on your turn?
Just try to defend myself as long as possible with that piece of glass I have.
Want to make a brawl check against the Night Gaunt?
Yeah.
All right, roll the hit. He's going to try and dodge. $80 out of 25. Won't dance very well.
Can I use a hero point? I'm going to try it.
I mean, at this point, who's keeping count? Hopefully LC is, but, I assume we still have some.
I hope so. Fuck. No more.
Okay. You try and strike at this creature, but it's more writhy and lithe than you'd particularly enjoy. Mr. Benedict, I need you to roll me a d6.
Turk, this is just cruel.
I have
One hit point left.
fucking hit point left.
I want you to be the one to know how badly you die.
You have one more hit point on me.
I know.
Oh God.
Jiminy crickets.
Just to be clear to chat.
Rather, before you roll damage, you want to make a power check?
Sure, why not? No, fuck.
You want to
I
reroll
rolled an
that?
extreme success.
No, wait. Can I spend a hero point to cancel out your villain point, Turk?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm re-rolling this.
Reroll it, please.
Okay. Hard success. Come at me.
You managed to hold on. You kind of like force your mind and your body to realize and in tune, now that it's no longer being forced on you with the breaking of sight, that I'm fine. And your pulse slows down. You still feel like you got a sunburn through your whole body, but you're barely up. Yeah. And there's a big fella just standing there, recently pulling back with a big knife. You'd swear would be more comfortable in a horror movie than on a person.
All right. Question. Opportunity attacks, a thing, not a thing? What are we doing here? No, not a thing?
No. Otherwise, Joe would be dead by now.
Fair. I would like to haul ass back to where Thomas was drinking.
I say you can probably get into the ballroom.
Yep, that's good. I am the gong.
Okay. The night gaunts will go, and you were going to watch one not go for you, but try to begin looking around the room, Eddie. Seemingly looking for something, as the other one is going to try and grab at you. Would you like to dodge or fight back?
I'm gonna dodge anyway.
Roll me a dodge check. Hey, that's a success. And unfortunately does not beat an extreme success. And you will be grappled. And because I'm going to use one more villain point, it will begin to tickle you as well. As you begin to giggle, and it's going to begin and move you a little bit over here. Theodora Walton, your home is under attack, Mr. Walton.
Yeah, it sure is. You reckon how close I can get to the thingy?
Roll me a luck check, see how conscious you were about the placement of your spike.
Wow. You know what? I got 10 luck.
You can't spend luck on a luck. That would move your total
you're so
down.
Right. Can I spend a hero point?
I mean, I suppose you could.
Yeah, no, you know what? Nah, well, okay.
Unfortunately for you, it's near where that night gaunt is currently looking right there.
Mountain's under attack. I don't know how many people are left. Nephew's probably dead, right? He wasn't exactly fit for this. I got these spells in here that can just amend my situation.
What do you mean amend your situation?
Put me elsewhere.
Put you elsewhere? No. There is the spray of the night mist. You could spray of the sea mist. You could use. It'd be 2 magic points and 2 sanity.
And what does that do?
You create a cover of fog around you.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and use that, and I go for the door.
To the right?
Yeah, this bad boy right here.
Okay. You basically, from the camera here, we see you look out towards this thing as it appears to be kind of just feeling its hands across various glass plates, particularly the one now you want, and you kind of just open your mouth and a haze, after reading from the books, like a haze of sea fog just completely fills this end of the room. And
sorry, nephew.
You are able to make your way out the door. Would you like to also leave the premises?
Yeah.
Tin Man's turn. Eddie, you'll see well, you won't see Mr. Schmidlick. But I will say that, Mr. White, if you're looking over your shoulder, you'll see the spectral shape of Mr. Halverley moving through the wall of where you know the staircase to be, just kind of phasing through there. And moving in towards you. Eddie, I need you to make me a dexterity or a strength check with a penalty. Hard success. Now click that penalty bonus button. 98 is not gonna do you there.
Ow.
Thoughts, comments? You are muted.
Can I spend a hero point on this?
I'll allow one more use of a hero point on this. Why not? What's some hero points between friends?
Do I re-roll the penalty or do I re-roll the whole thing?
Reroll the penalty. Why not? '18's better than 8. So worse than 8. So in that case, yeah, you can work your way out of there.
Can I try to run where I just saw this fog happen?
You can try to run into it, sure.
And then try to find the door?
I'd say you can get in, but moving so would be difficult, as you literally can't see. But you can make me a luck check.
Oh, okay. Perfect.
I know. As you're making that, Mr. White, what would you like to do?
I have ripped off my tie as I'm running. And I would like to get in there and very quickly make a Molotov cocktail. Please and thank you, Turd.
I'll give it to you in this case because it seems self-destructive.
Right?
Eddie, you're not making any success getting to that door.
Question,
You know what?
do I have enough movement to get to the servants' quarters?
Not with making a Molotov cocktail at the same time.
Cool. Just had to ask.
Okay, I want to spend a hero point, but also I feel like that would be bad.
I think for the moment you should be pretty good where you are, all right?
I don't trust like that.
If you want to spend a hero point, you can, but I need it to be done so now.
Okay.
Got a 70% chance out of 100.
That was the same score as last time.
Seems you are destined to be there. Eddie, you're going to feel hands at your shoulder as they grab onto you in the dark here. Because it is a surprise, unfortunately not going to give you a chance to dodge there, but it will grab around you. And I will say that you do feel yourself being thrust through a door. But then you are immediately brought upward a little bit. Mr. White, the spectral form of Mr. Halverley will enter into the room with you.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie, you are, of course, a little up off the ground now. How you feeling?
I still have that piece of glass.
You want to make a fight check? You want to brawl here?
Yeah.
All right, making that brawl.
How many hero points do we have left? Oh, damn. Nope. I'm going to push.
Oh, I don't think you can push in combat. I say you can spend luck in combat because it is Cthulhu week, but pushing in combat, don't know if that's a thing.
I think it's just a thing in Pulp.
Yeah, we ain't playing Pulp, sadly. So, Eddie, you'll continue your flight as you try and get in at this thing, but you can't quite force an entry or you can't quite get enough momentum as this thing brings you further up into the sky. Mr. White.
Mm-hmm.
I got a Molotov cocktail there. You want to throw it?
Mm-mm.
No?
Mm-mm. I want to get around him if I can.
That'd be a hell of a thing considering he is the door right now.
I know.
Sounds like you might need to fight back, since I might need to either do that or jump out a window.
You know, actually, I will go out this window here if I can. Will I have enough movement to get around the corner of the house to where I know the entrance to the servants' quarters to be?
Not in one go, but you can jump out the window.
I'm going to jump out the window.
Sure thing. But there is glass.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
You okay if I take some narrative control here, folks?
Oh, no. Here I go.
I think if we're all comfortable, I might bring us into to an end here. That's okay? Can I get a thumbs up? Everyone's good with that? Mr. White, we follow Mr. White as you burst through the window out into the grass, hitting hard and barely having enough strength to basically black out with some comfort. Eddie, you are brought higher up into the sky as you try and stab into this thing, getting some cracks into its carapace, but at one point you swear you see a plane fly by in the distance and it looks down at you and just all of a sudden all you hear is the sound of rushing air. Ms. Davis, you make your way out to your car and as you're trying to get this thing to go, it's not kicking on because of course it's not, because you got a 10-carat run of bad luck here. And that's when the body of Mr. Kimberly smashes into the engine block. And you are nearly thrown into your roof with the impact. In your haze from it, you wipe your eyes as if you're coming to, and there's a responder. Someone's opening the door to get you, and then you just feel yourself being lifted. And you almost feel like a older gentleman, something old and primordial speaks into your ear. You aided this creature. You deserve this fate. Do not mess. Do not interfere nor quarry in your next life. And you, in that dreamlike state, maybe you imagined it. The last thing you feel is a release. A sweet, blissful rush of air. Underground, Theodore, should I call you Douglas? you find a great new life. It suits you well, given your ever-increasing state. If you had caught onto this earlier, you might have been able to stop them, but your full collection of more esoteric books is gone now. The loss of the spike, well, that's a shame. The others as well. I mean, some of them historical memorabilia, certainly, but you wonder what they would have wanted. It doesn't trouble you now so much. You're free to spend the rest of your days with your books, deep underground. And that's where we're going to call our session for the night. Thank you all so much for everyone who tuned in, for donating hero points. Thank you to all my players. So with that, I'm going to kind of de-scoopify a little bit here because it's getting a little hot under the hood, believe it or not. I don't know how Scooby
Wait a
does
second.
it.
Was that
But,
a laugh?
I'm not going to tell you what happens to you out of fairness, but
I'll take it.
I'll imagine a Half-Life style ending
Oh, fuck.
where you waken and two thin men are standing above you. Anyway, hey everybody. Like I said, thank you so much for joining us thus far. Why don't we go around, you already introduce yourselves in and tell the people who you are, who you played tonight, and where they can find more of your exceptional work. Of course, starting with JT.
Hello. I'm JT. You can call me Jeet if you want to, whatever floats your canoe. You can find me on Twitter at WeebJeet. Tonight, I was Douglas Kimberly, half ghoul, thinking that maybe my nephew should have hired better investigators. You can find me, of course, on Twitter at the doobly doo, wherever we stuck it this time around. As for where you can see my next few projects, next Wednesday I am playing Slasher Flick on High Shelf Collective. Our good friend Hooper is running that one, and it is looking to be an absolutely banner time. You could find me on the 26th of August playing Stellaris or Baldur's Gate 3 with High Shelf Collective's David in our either our continuation of the Stellaris series or the beginning of the Baldur's Gate one. And then next September, I have a few projects coming up, the main of which is a season of Secrets and Shadows is returning on Live from the Apocalypse, where I play Lady Octavia Frostpin, Scion of the Winter Court. She is having a time and a half. I think that is all I can officially announce. I am working on a few projects myself that are set to premiere next month as well, but that is all I will tell you for now. Come and see me play a sociopath next Wednesday.
As opposed to tonight?
No, tonight I was just like a dude who saw the truth and briefly considered that maybe the other ones would see the truth as well.
Well, that brings us, of course, over to Holly.
Hey, I'm Holly. Tonight I played Blake. She was a scaredy cat in the end, and it didn't help her at all. I rolled awful tonight, so that was fun. But you can find me back here for Cthulhu Week on Sunday. I am the earlier slot, and I am GMing Regency Cthulhu. And then you can find me back on Lost Caravan on Tuesday with the Orbital Blues. And I am so excited about Sunday, and I'm so excited about Tuesday. Thank you, Turk. It was fantastic. That's it for me.
I love to hear players say it's fantastic when they die. That always makes me feel good. Hey, Cass.
Hey, Derek.
How's it going?
I am so happy right now.
You got taken down by some hollow men from Kinyani.
Yeah. I'm wicked excited. Anyway, I am Cassidy Yoda Almighty. You can find me. I'm still doing the accent. Jesus Christ. Okay.
It's contagious.
Look, no, this is literally how my entire family sounds. You know how hard it is to talk like this? Like, anyway, I will be probably in chat tomorrow harassing the hell out of Turk in Delta Green. Yeah, I will. You know I will.
Nothing wrong in my life.
Never, not a damn thing. And anyway, I will be on Singularity on the 26th with our beloved LC and a few other folks from around the way, playing what was our 5e spy game hack, and is now we are picking up a new system called Outgunned, which is just dropped and looks to be a lot of fun. So we're playing spies who are wonderful, beloved people who would never, ever do terrible things. We're going to save the world. It's fine. And then I will be back here on the 30th, where Hoop is going to get to murder me. And it's going to be great because we're going to space. We're playing Mothership on the 30th, y'all. And it's, I think he described it as like Dead Space meets Aliens or something like that at one point. So, yeah. So on Wednesday the 30th, I will be back here. And then on the 2nd, back in Singularity for my Call of Cthulhu campaign, where I get to reap the actions, reap the consequences of finally seducing a Eldritch Snake God and having to be in that relationship for 5 months. It's fine.
Yig?
I'm not panicking at all.
Oh, don't tell me you fucked Yig.
No. I got out of hate. I got my guy.
Don't fuck snake gods, people.
Too late. Yeah, so that's it.
Eggs. Anyway, last but certainly not least, Jelly. You set high expectations. I hope I met the bar there.
Oh, you absolutely did, you little bastard. I loved that. This was actually the second time ever that I actually died in a Call of Cthulhu game. So that was fun. You can find me on Friday here again playing Call of Cthulhu. Hoop is GMing, and I am going to have such a good time. Probably also dying at that point. Yeah, and in about another week and a half, you can find me over on another channel I can't remember the name of, for a charity stream benefiting the Entertainment Guild. And yeah, I'm just having a good time and vibing. And at the end of September, you can catch me at Big Bad Con.
Hell yeah.
You can find me on Twitter at Jellyfish Lines.
Yes, good. So that brings it back to me, who has had the best time with you all. I do want to say this first off, with my full chest. Thank you all so much to those who have donated and made tonight and every night before this a roaring success. I don't want to take too much credit because there was a hoop game smuggled in there somewhere, but I've run 4 games over the past 4 days, and we at the end of that, we have broken our goal and already are we're at $706.96 of our $550 goal. So congratulations, everybody. We can confirm that Sir Hooper is going to be doing a horror stream with soundboard on. We are now 300 away. Well, I guess 294 and some cents, I guess, away from our next reach goal there. Y'all have been incredible. As a reminder, of course, if you joined us halfway through, if you donate $10, you enter yourself into a raffle with a bunch of awesome prizes, including a Delta Green slipcase from Arcstream Publishing, Call of Cthulhu Starter Rulebook PDF sets, an awesome D20 Cthulhu dice from our own Valia Ling, and we have not one, but now 2 artists offering a bust and full body, because we not only have Kuma, we also have Cyberella Draws. So we have so much to give away. So it's all going towards a great cause. Of course, we are raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, because while the players here were going insane, mental illness is a real life disease that people struggle with. And we shouldn't, make too light of that. So we are going to fight back against that and try and bring as much comfort to you as hopefully we brought some comfort and care to you tonight. If you want to see more of me, I will be on Delta Green tomorrow. But thank you all. When people are like, you should run more Call of Cthulhu, I'm like, why don't we just do a week? Just a week of Cthulhu things. That'd be fun. I could run some games in that. So it's been 4 days of that, and I am very tired. But thank you for all the players who have bared with me through my sessions across timelines and such. Thank you so much to all the people who supported and donated. There are still so many more episodes to come in this Cthulhu week, but my little part in this will be done very shortly. So I hope you can keep joining us because I feel a weight lift off me, but it is still ever present, just like the horrors you have seen tonight. We're going to go and send some love the way of Alpha Anarchy. So go wish them a good Cthulhu Fatagan from us. And we'll see you next time, Soulborn, Star Striders, you terrible spawn, you. Cause some havoc, wreak some terror. Be the horror you want to see in the world. Good night.